All right, folks. It has been a while, give or take 3 or 4 days. We're back with our 16th session of Kiwami 3. We're basically wrapping up now. So we completed the rest of the sub stories, right? Let's actually go into our sub stories here. And then I started moseying around on completing all the tasks. We completed the High Side Girls thing, sort of. I'm still thinking there's something else because near the end they alluded to a Coliseum thing. So there's a chance that typically the clan stuff has an Amon fight of some sort. And then there's also a missing Amon fight right now. And my inclination is they're either in Premium Adventure, so we have to complete our MSQ, or I didn't check the High Side Girls if there's something after. But either way, there's probably Amon fights either in Premium Adventure or somewhere that needs to be unlocked. In addition, we're at our finale, so this would be the end of the MSQ. We're already at the end. MSQ of the Chinese dub version playthrough of the game. I have decided to do the long play and wait till the Yakuza 4 non Kiwami to come out before we do our Japanese playthrough. So for now, this would be the end of our playthroughs. I typically reserve the Japanese playthrough for playing again as a refresher for the next game. This is the first time this has ever happened when it comes to Kiwami, because I played through the games in chronological, like the figurative chronological order before this opportunity presents. So we'll be playing this Kiwami 3 again as a in Japanese during that time in anticipation for Yakuza 4 non Kiwami, whatever it's called in the future. And the next thing on the docket for these games is going to be the Japanese MSQ playthrough of Infinite Wealth and Pirate Yakuza, because the anticipation is that the next game in the Like a Dragon series is going to be Like a Dragon 9. At least I think. This is not to say that it's going to happen next year or the year after that. In fact, I actually think Stranger Than Heaven is going to be next year's February 2027's February release, possibly, because they're kind of doing this thing where they're releasing it around the same time every February of every new year. So we'll see if that continues that trend. It all started with a double release actually with Gaiden, then Infinite Wealth. So uh let's look through our sub stories. There are a couple that we did. Oh yeah, the turtle thing. So Master Kame, right? Kame, or Kame, no Kame, which is turtle. So he was wearing a turtle shell, and it's the hit me if you can guy. It's a throwback. So yeah, yeah, three of them where he kept shedding more and more of himself. Right, you basically just needed to exhaust him and then bop him one. Then what else we got? Oh, I totally failed out of this so hard. It was the mother who wanted to spend a lot of time with her children, but she had to spruce it up with high heels, and then you had to get through absurdity to deliver the ice cream cones. I failed. I failed out of it. And then we had the funny life is precious thing. Being scammed and then finding companionship in unlikely places. Life doesn't have to end with one misfortune. At least I really do hope that. That is a really wonderful silver lining. And then misery deserves company, right? And then the companionship in unlikely places because of coincidences of misery, right? It was really on the nose to the point that obviously that's the point. What is it? Oh, and then the big city dreams, of course, the father figure who is trying to keep the his daughter, but he has a fear of abandonment, and she was very resolute and independent. I don't think this. I really thought I'm pretty sure it's the same one. This girl was supposed to show up in Kamurocho. Maybe later, in a later game? It, I don't know if it's like Yakuza 3 started this. And then Yakuza 4 is when you're in Kamurocho and she has a sub story that follows up. It's really a big blur, but I'm pretty sure a girl from Kyushu talked about things because you were in the bar. You were in that special bar in uh, Hachimachi, uh, Hatsumachi area. That bar, the billiards place, and you were having a conversation with her friends, and then later she shows up in Kamurocho. I think it's in the same game, but maybe it's down for later. They're starting strings, but she does end up. Mamoru, at least, ended up in Kamurocho, and then it's actually kind of humorous the way her stuff ended up. She wants to be a news anchor, right? And this is talking about how like loss can pave clinginess, right? Leaving the nest. It's a very quite, quite a common coming of age story when your only child leaves home and there was a tragedy, right? Because the guy, they lost the wife and mother early on. Oh, and then we have the double factor with the dirty magazine. I think the 30 magazine was a throwback to a running gag, like in the previous titles, right? In chronological, there were gags with magazines, and now they did a gag with the orphanage, and this is definitely new. This was not in it. Absolutely positive there wasn't a dirty magazine. I think so. You chase around and even it was cute, humorous, and then Aksan. So Akusan, Akko, Akko-san, Akko-san is in fact a famous singer who doesn't actually go by this name. It's a placement holder, but her likeness is there, and I'm not familiar with her, but if you know her, you know her, right? So we did the whole thing, two lines, right? And she's saying, I think it is the Japanese voice actor, like the Japanese voice was her who sang it, but I was playing the Chinese dub, so we saw the stand-in for the Chinese dub singer. But yes, she is quite a celebrity. Unfortunately, I'm too uncultured to know who they were referring to. However, this isn't the first time. Usually, when you have this very specific particular character model for sub stories, they usually often uh, have them in. Like the Ikanari steak place had that person in it in one of the games. I don't know if it's Kiwami 2 or Kiwami 1. And then there's the Gourmand from Yakuza 5 and probably another one. So they do a K from regularly actually inject a celebrity of some sort, right? Or a reference, because the TMR reference keeps coming up. the 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 it's obviously not his likeness, but it's a reference. There are quite a lot of pop culture references. So I imagine there's a chance this will be an ongoing reference. Who knows? I'm not entirely sure if she's Okinawan, uh, and that's why they included her. I'm not entirely sure what the relationship is. I haven't dug that deep into. And Dragon Palace is for mechanical reintroduction. Uh, I think that's it. So not too much. And we basically focused on the high side girls stuff. I think it was serviceable. The story is, uh, like clan stories are. I feel the same way about clan stories that I feel about most people who enjoy their mechanical games. It's quite optional. It's like trying to explain why all these characters like a Tekken game. I know Tekken lore is for what it is. Sure, someone can argue that Tekken lore is very deep and whatnot. I get it. The idea is what I mean is the nature to make it successful is to somehow explain why this is happening. And that's kind of how I feel about High Side Girl or Bad Boy Dragon. It's mechanically explained as a rumble. So it's kind of like the storyline of Street of Rage or Double Dragon or something. Reason to be butting heads, and then it does the same similar things like friendship through adversity, and then camaraderie through defeats. Your usual thing like dragon card before it and whatnot. So it's very serviceable. And it did not have an ending, like an ending sequence. Unlike Morning Glory had a beautiful thing. So Morning Glory is obviously the tier S minigame. And then tier A was the Bad Boy Dragon. And then we still had our tier Bs, and it doesn't go down to C. C's are like gambling games, like the traditional gambling stuff. Bs are anything in between, which is uh like the mini games outside of Morning Glory. So we probably still haven't played them, some of the arcade games and whatnot. Other than that, we're gonna complete the MSQ now. So, pretty serviceable. We're gonna complete the MSQ now. Hunt for the Amon fights. I'm sure there are 2 Amon fights. In fact, probably an Amon fight here. I have no idea yet. There are a couple achievements to gather up. I'm supposed to collect 50 people on here. I don't even know. Okay, hold up. There's 7 per row. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. That's 50. I have over 50. That don't include the DLC things. Interesting. Maybe it's 50 outside of the people you get from. So I still haven't triggered that. And then we have a couple more. Like we have to play mini games and whatnot. So that's what we're gonna do. And then we did like a bunch of La La Land thing. There's supposed to be a La 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 commercial. Somehow I was trying to trigger, so I was like collecting La La collection things. There might be something special. La mobile thing reminds me of like mismatch, the like the love dating thing. It's a replacement. So the commercial is probably gonna be something like humorous like that, some sort of love connection or social media related. So let's see the finale in Chinese, and then we'll go from there. I've been meaning to get on this. We gotta conclude Kiwami 3 for now. So I can start Persona games. And Persona games, I think we're gonna take a break from Chinese and English, and we'll probably jump right into Japanese. Persona games do be long. I really do enjoy the English cast, though. I gotta really think about it. Persona games are very long, right? Well, they're not long. Oh, think about it. The MSQ is not that long. I kind of want to hear both Japanese and compare them. In Persona games, there's no determinants on when the next Persona game is coming out. So in that way, it's not like a Dragon. Here, I'm trying to wrap up Like a Dragon because RGG is a very proliferative studio. And in fact, we might be doubling up because Nagoshi's next title, Gang of Dragon, is also a thing that could it's part of the legacy because Nagoshi. This is also part of Nagoshi's legacy. All right, well, let's get into it. Yeah, we're just gonna end up going into premium adventure after this. Let's go. Which is what we're trying to do.
那小妖就拜托你了，李大老兄。
啊，你放心。
叔叔，你一定要平安回来哦。我们说好了。
嗯，说好了。好，那我走了。
说好了 ，a promise。
叔叔，
别担心。 他可是同生一马，肯定不会有事的，对吧？
嗯。
肯定不有事，有事。That's interesting for pulling through. It sounded more like it's gonna be okay, or there's not gonna be. He's okay. He's gonna make it or not have problems, right? No issues. Always pulled.
你们都是白风会的人吗？
Man, I remember my Yakuza 3 remastered MSQ focus run of this game. This section was absolutely ridiculous.
不让是吧？那么，想死的家伙。
Most of Yakuza 3 remastered like sequences were ridiculous. I can see why they shortened it and whatnot. Like even this part. And we're gonna make it even faster. No! I didn't let go. Oh my gosh, it happened again. I really thought I was gonna be able to pull that off. I was too greedy. And the same thing happened again. I tried to do it and then they just didn't let me. Happened again. Okay, I think I can get it now. They're sufficiently far away. Come on. Get closer. Wow, that long wind up. It happened again. I got greedy, held it for one extra frame. Goes bad, man. A couple frames. Because he would need to have to execute the attack. He's vulnerable when he executes on his animation. No iframes.
What?
Yes, yes. Let's go up. Anonymous beefcake. Alright. This is where we're just gonna use this to expedite. Now it's time to use all our tools to speed things up. Still gonna bop Mine with Dragon standstill.
喂，这个风格吧。
Okay. Now, for all the elevators. Oh. Gotta get rid of the contraband. Okay. Alright. Contraband. What? It's fine. We're just gonna hold down guard. Oh, it doesn't reflect right away? Oh, it doesn't. Just kidding. It doesn't work? Okay, it's fine. Alright. Alright, we're gonna switch this, actually. Yeah, these segments were long. Like, holy heckers long. Hold? Oh, I thought I could. They used to just drop in. You're not... I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Okay. Yeah, these sequences were very long. People just kept dropping from the roof. From the roof. But then it's just one sequence. Crazy. Like, legitimately. There's like a battle there, a battle here, like, you just went straight. I got streamlined so heavily. Mr. Anderson. Okay.
是你，
Is he gonna speak English? Let's see.
你怎么会在这儿？
Looks like you're a little late.
Ah, they kept it.
You just missed him.
So, they did have the Chinese speakers speak English lines. However, there is a consistent part when they intentionally had the characters speak English, regardless of which of the dub cast, they usually keep the same English sample. So this would be one of the examples. Like, even in Japanese, it would still sound like this. Probably. So there's like the whole thing where the primary language is universally translated. Like you're supposed to pretend like they're speaking in their respective languages. And then whenever they have to say an actual English line, then the English happens. But in English, it's just all English. So it's such a weird choice. Like it's not a weird choice. It's more like the normal choice. It would be very weird if I talked about this a lot, where they do the multilingual thing. I'm floored when a game decides, you know what, let's hire voice actors or like actors to be multilingual and then be written the script in multilingual. This is as close, in my opinion, as possible.
If I'd known it would have come to this, I'd have killed you when first we met.
你说什么？
你说什么？
你们把大武怎么了？他人在哪儿？
If you're looking for Daigo, Mine's taken him up to the roof.
The roof. You can definitely tell where he's from when he said roof. Yeah, that's why I said roof, by the way. I don't say roof, I say roof. But the roof. I think they kept the scenes that have other languages like English and whatnot because it would be it's the scene. It's legitimately the scene. If that person suddenly speaks like English with a Chinese accent, that's kind of interesting. I mean, it creates a different feel.
屋顶是吧？
Wu-Ting. Alright.
看来，你的意思是，要想去屋顶，就得先把你放倒。
You're welcome to try. This is the end of the line for you.
How does
Kiryu.
How does Richardson know what he's saying, though? I guess he is the agent. I
真
suppose.
没办法。
Oh, now we get a... Hello there, Beth. Hello there. How are you? Okay, that sequence is weird. Can you stop pressing buttons, please? Really appreciate it. You're getting over a cold. We'll get well soon. There's a delay in my quick step. It's like 2 frames off. Weird. Okay. How's the cold recovery going? What do you do when you get a cold, Beth? What is your routine? It's a little unnecessarily dramatic. Kiryu, classic of turning his back to his enemy. Absolute classic. Alright, take 2. Now with double pistols. Oh, I could just hold... Oh no, we're doing dragon. Let's do it. I was like, I could just... Oh my gosh, he attacked exactly when I decided to. That's input reading, butthead. Okay, I can't eat that. Try to rest when you can. If you catch it in time, you take emergent sea stuff. Oh, I see. And you've been trying a bit of ginger drinks. Hey, anything I like to do? Not. I don't. So it's been a while since I had a cold. Like maybe 30 years ago. I think the thing that I would probably do is I would bundle up like a burrito and just burrito it out. Also lots of soup probably. Just soup and burrito. It's kind of like a competition. How long can I stay at 100 degrees Fahrenheit without like, you know, or like how close can I stay to 38 degrees as possible Celsius, and then burrito it up.
真没办法。
You do that too, 30 years? Yeah, I say 30 years, but I don't remember the last time I was sick in that way. Yeah, I don't remember the last time. Not in that way, obviously. Like colds and things dealing with that nature doesn't really happen very often. I have allergies though. So allergies make up for all the cold symptoms. I have like respiratory problems. Yeah, we burrito it up. Keep the body as high temperature as possible. Be it soup or whatever. How are you still up? Whack. First of all, what's your health secret? And second of all, if even slightly literal, you look pretty young. I look young too. Oh, yeah. I mean, I turned 39. I turned 39 2 weeks ago. I was guesstimating maybe when I was 9 or something. I might have had a cold or a flu. It's been a while. I don't remember if I ever had the flu. I still have respiratory problems though. So I still can kind of relate to people. I can still relate to people because I have allergies. So like it's not like my nose doesn't run. Like I cough a lot when I get up because like allergies. When you rest, I still cough and sneeze and like blow my nose and do all the normal things. But it's not like I have a fever, fatigue, body aches, the other things like dealing with the flu and whatnot. I do have to admit though, when I had my COVID vaccine, ooh, that hit me like a dump truck. I do have to admit, when I get vaccinated and stuff, it does hit me like a dump truck. Regardless, right? So that's what I mean by, I don't think I understand what it's like to have a cold, or I don't remember what it's like to have a cold or a flu or something like that. I still have experienced many of those symptoms of being like having runny nose and whatnot, because I do have seasonal allergies, which is about to start. It's about springtime. Do you have any allergies of sorts? I mean, it could be, like, relatively speaking, to be fair, since I have seasonal allergies all the time, like respiratory problems, it might just seem like a cold to everyone else. You know what I mean? Like, what I mean is, whenever someone says, like, oh, I have a runny nose, I have a runny nose, I'm coughing a lot, and my thought is, I have runny noses and coughing regularly because of allergies. So it could be that too. Like, I'm not even sure if I know if I have a cold, seeing that most of the time I'm like, I have napkin, like I typically have tissues and stuff nearby because I typically expect myself to have respiratory things. Oh, he disappeared. Okay. Alright, anyways. Well, hopefully you get well soon for your cold, right? It's not the greatest thing. Recently, two people sprained their ankles, or uh, either sprained their ankle or had a fracture. So like, that's what people have been sharing with me. I'm like, oh boy, howdy. All right, where are we going next? This is fine. We're clear. Alright. Oh, don't do it! Don't do it! Stay there! Nice. Okay. What? What is that? Okay. Alright, buddy. That is a rocket launcher. You figure that you need to burrito would be a telltale sign if you still have all energy, probably just allergies for you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Obviously, I was taking it more from the approach of a science, you know, biology situation, where the whole idea is if you're having a fever or high body temperature, you want to keep it down low enough that it's bearable and it's not like affecting your other functions. But the idea is the longer you can keep your body elevated, the more you're helping out your body to take care of recovering, because the elevated body temperature is a natural response to taking out the foreign invaders, so to speak. And then obviously you can have warm food, especially of the liquid variety. Do you watch Netflix? Do you watch like Netflix things on Netflix at all, Beth? Because recently I have been watching the second season of One Piece, the live action one. I'm still holding off on catching up with the latest arc of One Piece. It's like episode 1130 something. But okay. Cuz the reason why I mentioned One Piece live action is it's kind of a milestone, so to speak. It's kind of like an unprecedented anomaly. An live action adaptation from a collaborative effort from West meets East productions and the creation, and it's kind of a wonderful entry point that I like to bring up in case someone's ever like interested in what like a sub multicultural kind of endeavor, quite unprecedented recently. That's the thing that was on my mind. To relate it to Japanese media and stuff. Even lockdown wasn't long enough for One Piece. I've never gotten into it anyway. Oh, okay, fair enough. This one, the reason why I brought it up is you don't have to get into One Piece, the anime, for example, to be like having like a mixed. The reason why I like to bring up the One Piece Netflix thing is it has elements of combining multicultural preferences. So despite looking at, you know, the One Piece things like, oh my gosh, 1,000 plus episodes, Netflix's one is unprecedented. It's not one of those things where, oh hey, I know it's really daunting, but trust the process and get into it, that kind of thing. This is more like they did an incredibly wonderful job with collaboration with the One Piece creator and captured like a blend that almost feels like it's so close to international appeal. And it's one of those things whenever someone asks about, oh, what is a incredibly influential piece of thing from Japan, for example. I currently run in Japan, while at the same time representing the appeal of a more broader audience. And that's kind of why I brought this up. I'm watching it the first season was really fantastic, but it had a lot of potential. And the second season kind of recognized that. And don't really, if you're always apprehensive about the One Piece length and whatnot, that's kind of one of those things. It comes by these kind of pieces of media. It rarely works out, and this happens to be one of those rare moments that it does work out. I can tell you that I had my fair share, like the Cowboy Bebop Netflix series. Before that was the last one. Yeah, that I watched these live action things, and then there's like the Rurouni Kenshin movies, which were not westernized things. It was a Eastern production of stuff. So most of the live action was actually Eastern production of the stuff, and they usually have relatively restricted budgets and all that. But the One Piece thing, they really did it. There was a Death Note live action before the Cowboy Bebop thing, so the Death Note one was woof. Third time's the charm, I suppose. Actually, it has been more than 3 times since. There are some like offshoots. So kind of a nice entry point if you're ever curious, obviously. That's what's been on my mind. I was gonna think about commentary to talk about if someone brings up One Piece.
我就知道你一定能闯到这里，果然不出所料。我太高兴了，童生先生。你在胡说什么呢？你这家伙，到底想把大武怎么样？你就是想杀了大武，自己坐上东城会会长的位子，没错吧？哼，会长的位子，是吗？本来我对会长的位子一丁点兴趣都没有，可没想到事情到了这个地步。你说没想到？你不知道事态有多严重吗？
Oh, that's not quite what he said.
不瞒你说，我其实真的非常担心大武，不是非常担心第6代会长。什么？他是我这辈子遇到的唯一一个把我当成人来看待、愿意相信我的人。童生先生，我之所以会加入黑道，是因为有神田的引荐，这你应该知道吧？但实际上， 是我给他塞了一大笔钱，拜托他这么做的。当初我想找一个刚蹲完班房、脑子又不太灵光的黑道，然后碰巧就遇上了神田，只是这样的关系而已。
为什么你不惜讨好那样的人，也要来当黑道？
我呢，其实和你一样，是孤儿出身。
什么？
我和你一样，从一出生就无依无靠。从懂事的那一天起，我就一直过着穷困潦倒的日子。
there's one comment I could I want to make one comment. It's still kind of funny to me, even in Chinese, when they do the reaction shots. It's kind of like old school. It's more so old school Japanese. Um, kind of. I don't know. I find it more predominantly in Japanese made media where they do like the what, like the cut to someone and the camera zoom to what, like the reaction things. I don't think it's at um more proliferative in Western films and stuff. And it's still kind of funny when you see it in Chinese. I don't think that happens that that often in Chinese content as well, where there's like a sun cut, it's like shema or like nani, right? Like that type of thing. So it's kind of it's always to me over the years have been more synonymous with Japanese media. And now playing video games and stuff in Chinese, with the privilege now, thanks to RGG, it still sounds like they're saying Japanese when it cuts, whenever it does that. That just doesn't happen that often. It would almost be referential to anime if a like a Western, like for example, if Claire Obscure, for example, suddenly just cuts between the characters, like what? Like, I have no idea how to say what in French, but it would be still almost entirely referential to something Japanese. The little like cut-ins and the reaction is so imbued in Japanese media. And hearing it in Chinese makes it all the more interesting. Like, yeah, it's still weird. It's still funny in other languages.
那时我活得跟战后遗孤没什么两样。现在的日本其实也还是老样子啊，不被任何人所需要，得不到他人的关爱，只能孤独痛苦地活着。相信你也能体会这种感觉吧。所以，走到哪里，我脑子里都只有一件事，那就是出人头地赚大钱。我就是这么一路走过来的。我比任何人都更辛勤的工作，比任何人都更加自律。知道这是为什么吗？这都是为了钱呢。自从有了赚钱这个明确的目标，我就用尽一切手段，把生活中的每一分每一秒都贡献给了赚钱这件事。有了钱，就能买到一切想要的东西，美女也是随便睡。我周围的人也都开始心甘情愿地追随我，听我的话了。但某一天，我意识到，这一切都是假象。
假象？
没错，人都会撒谎，都是自私自利的骗子。就算有再多人仰慕我、靠近我，他们也迟早有一天会为了自己的私欲离开。反复目睹这样的事情之后，我很苦恼。难道人和人之间就不存在真正的情谊吗？
So topical.
就在这个时候，
In today's
我听说
age.
在某个地方，人和人之间可以产生不灭的情谊。
你指的，就是黑道的世界，对吗？
没错。我想知道那个世界里是不是真的存在我理想中的那种不灭的情谊。
The
所以我找
Brotherhood.
到了神田， 给他钱让他带我走进了赫赫有名的东城会。我在那里遇到的贵人，正是大吴会长。那时我完全没有在黑道做事的经验，不对，应该说我那时根本就是一副空壳。但大吴会长却毫无怨言地接纳了我。他虽然与我年纪相仿，却有着身为人上人的气度和天生的领袖魅力。我活这么久，还是第一次毫无保留地倾慕一个人。
既然这样，你为什么还要做这种事？
不瞒你说，桐生先生，那件事之后，如果大吴会长活了下来，我确实是打算无条件收手。
什么？那你为什么？
可现在大吴会长和死人无异，我感到空虚。既然我已经失去了憧憬的目标，那就得再去找到新的人生价值。
It's topical.
所以我下定决心。
I was just talking about
我要得到
dependency
足够的力量，让人们即便心
earlier
里不
today.
服，也得对我俯首听命。
There's such thing as adoration, right? And devotion, and then there's dependency. And that's kind of how dependency rolls in an extreme case, right? Where the emotional luster or like the emotional vision of one's admired person that they depend on can overshadow the rationale of like the person they love's legacy and or the person they're devoted to legacy. So I was kind of indirectly talking about the idea of having friends who are intellectually equal, independent, as opposed to building and fostering a relationship on dependency. However, when you want to help people, that is where you start. You start with fostering the dependency, right? So it's really topical in one way, where when there are so many people online, like in general society, that requires affirmation, you can nurture that affirmation. But if you do not reach the end to allow them to grow and foster independence before you like leave this world or something like that, it can leave very traumatic people. Not that I'm saying that it's as dramatic as this, but that's kind of what I was talking about when I was talking earlier with someone I know for a couple months now. Where you are constant, at least in my opinion, despite what I may or may not be able to do to help other people and whatnot, like I do it casually, obviously, non-professionally. The idea is that you're to the greatest care you can have for someone who maybe just needs company or require help now and then and whatnot is to not to nurture them to become independent, not to coddle them. Like it's a balancing act, obviously, not to coddle them in the sense of creating it a permanent and exaggerated dependency, because oftentimes life is a privilege and it's very difficult to anticipate what may happen in the future. So always ready to help nurture one to become independent for the day that independency can create, for better or for worse, obviously. Independency also can create distance between people. Just the idea, this is kind of a really exaggerated way to pull from what Mine talked about, where the world is filled with lies, right? Liars and selfishness when gained with money and whatnot. And he's looking for how relationships are built, right? Despite being an orphan, right? All those things come into play topically online. Like, you don't need, in my opinion, you don't need to be an orphan to feel a lot of that, which is very what I mean by topical, and a mix of all the other results.
所以你就协助黑色星期一？
正是如此。
你知道自己在说什么吗？更何况大吴的现在， 明明还活着呀！
只能靠这些管子来苟活续命的，不能算人。
冯一笑，住手！
我心目中的大吴会长，不该是现在这副样子。这样的大吴会长，我已经不忍心再看下去了。
风，我看你是完全没搞清楚状况吧？人来到世上，哪怕活得再卑微，哪怕陷入绝境，都有活下去的意义。你明白吗？大吴还在努力求生，他想要活下去，可是你却想亲手了结这样一个人活下去的希望。
这确实是你这种人才会说出口的话。
你说什么？
这大概也是大吴会长会看重你的原因吧。可是我生平最痛恨的就是你这种喜欢讲大道理、满口仁义的混账。为什么你能这样活着？你和我不都一样是孤儿吗？为什么你能面不改色地说出那种话？我现在要做的事情有2件。一是把我曾经的目标，大吴会长亲手送到终点；再就是杀掉你这个大吴会长最重视的人，然后我会攀上东城会的顶点，找到新的目标。
就算你得手了，又能怎么样？
什么？
你真是什么都不明白呀！为什么你身边的人都离你而去？原因我已经很清楚了。
你少他妈在那儿自以为是了！
你到现在还恨着那些从你身边离开的人吧？
不然呢？那些满脑子只有钱的人渣，一群背信弃义的叛徒，出现在我面前，我就只想剁了他们喂狗，难道有什么问题吗？
你和他们也没有什么区别。你和那些家伙一样，被金钱牵着鼻子走，从来没有在真正意义上正视过他人。你相信的从来都只有你自己，你没办法发自内心的相信自己以外的人，所以你才得不到别人的爱。
你闭嘴！
大吴那个时候肯定是把你当做一个可以信赖的人接纳了你，所以你才会对大吴。
我叫你闭嘴！你想怎么样？
像你这样的人，再怎么和你解释，你也听不进去。所以我还是用我自己的方式，让你明白这个道理吧。
我他妈真是服了！都到这时候了，你还是那一套。那行吧，我倒还真想看看你有多能打，也想看看你只凭一腔热血能走多远。不过我先提醒你，就算你再怎么厉害，要想赢我也绝对不容易。
Man, this fight was whack with no HP
重生先生，
upgrades near the end. It
这
just
就是你的最后
OTKs
一
you
场
over
战
and
斗
over
了，
again.
千万不要客气。
不用你说，我也不会客气的。那我们就打个痛快吧。
Although I also used the Kyushu style. I really like the duality that they keep emphasizing. Like, they're both orphans, but the great thing about the indomitable human spirit, as I pick a chapter from Procall, is that you can have remarkably different results from similar, quote unquote, similar circumstances. I do have anecdotal like anecdotal examples in my life. I've had the privilege of having friends growing up that the way they reacted as they got older compared to the way I reacted was quite like night and day. Despite growing up in the same, it's like not even the just the idea of being orphans at the same time, but we shared a similar environment. And the way we grew up as adults and the way we conflict resolve was dramatically different. Like I tend to take the path of unconditional trust, and the others might take the precarious, cautiously, cautiously guarded approach, right? Through cynicism. And it's kind of, I like these, I quite like these types of narratives, the duality where it could have been different, right? Very different. Even human responses are dramatically different. I'm more of a smuggle out the, like, compete with the desire as opposed to counter the desire. So instead of using deterrence, right? Deterrence, fear, and consequences and punishment, use encouragement, alternatives, and problem solving. Like elevate oneself, encourage one to elevate oneself as opposed to prevent and restrict oneself. Kind of, and they both have their pros and cons. But this is kind of like when he said, "I don't understand why are you such a goody two shoes, despite both of us were orphans and live in a world that is filled with cynicism and money driven stuff." Kind of actually very topical. I can earnestly say that's how most people rationalize their antisocial behaviors, or like their need to want to be defined as antisocial or unwillingness. And that whole idea about it makes sense that people would desert you and not stay around because if you can't express trust, reciprocating, expecting a reciprocated trust, it's often mutual. But once, Mine experienced the unconditional trust of Daigo, that's kind of ironically, or not ironically, but coincidentally, that's where I fall into most of the time these years. It feels odd, and it doesn't increase the success dramatically. Like what I mean is, for every time I've unconditionally trust anyone, like I've already talked about my ideals earlier today, I ideally and naively always play the long game with anyone I meet. That despite all that, you would think unconditional trust, they finally have a taste of trust, that they wouldn't go back to their cynical ways. That's not the case. I think most of the time I have more failures than successes, regardless. Like, you can still have someone tell you, "Oh, I understand you trust me, but I don't trust anyone." And I'm like, "That's fair. Like, I don't ask you to reciprocate." See, the idea of, like, for myself, the idea of unconditional trust is that it's unconditional, much like Daigo. However, that doesn't mean the other person will ever reciprocate or understand that, because they can still live in their distrustfulness and the anxiety. And hear me out, Daigo has been made as a character that is still cautiously optimistic. So he is not a gullible, innocent person. He still offers unconditional trust, though, through the judgment of his choosing. And that's kind of the narrative that I live in the last 7 or so years, where, yeah, that's no one that trust no one. That's what the X Files taught you. Yeah, I know what you're referring to when it comes to the X Files. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Like, it doesn't increase the success, but it is worth the success, in my opinion. Like, um, my success rate is less than 10%. Like, so give me 100 people, and maybe less than 10 of them will be able to be like, you know what? Yeah, I can give my trust to other people too. And I know most of them may selfishly, for their own gains, go on about their business and not reciprocate it. But that's not the game. Or I mean, that's not what the reward is. The reward is being successful despite it all, right? The increased cynicism in today's life and society, especially online, is due to the increase in parasocial relationships. Mine has a parasocial relationship. It might be literally with other people, but it was achieved through money. That's the parasocial relationship. It is the thing that keeps them together, the interest. But when it comes to unconditional trust, it is inherently alienating, which he finds alienating about Kiryu because Kiryu gives unconditional trust and he's still alive. And that's not, that's beating around the bush. Like, obviously, I'm not in organized crime. So when I unconditionally trust, what is the most I'm going to lose? My time, maybe some of my money, and that type of thing. Like it, maybe my reputation might suffer a bit. That's that's what I'm willing to give as for unconditional trust. But obviously, in this video game, it's more like life and death, right? So Kiryu is more of a stoic character that is beyond life. He's very lucky. Like he's super lucky. So being untrusting in that way is true. It draws the drum. Like Daigo is a leader of the Tojo clan, the Yakuza, and that's kind of why Mine is supposed to be. Mine has a point. Mine is being objectively realistic, so to speak, objectively about that. But he's also conflicted now because in the course of this game, you have witnessed true brotherhood. And because of that, he has this wild, exaggerated opinion of what like idealism is like. So to me, that's kind of what the internet is like when, and in a very crude way, you know how Mine say, Daigo got shot, right? And now he's like in a crippled state, but he's still alive. Well, that's what Kiryu thinks. But Mine thinks that Daigo is as good as dead because he's no longer that brave, ideal person that trusted him unconditionally. Well, it's not that very different from the internet. When you have a parasocial relationship with someone, that's a detached relationship with no feedback. And when that person goes to do something wrong, like for example, oh, they found out that, oh, they've been making millions of dollars, but they never gave the millions of dollars back. Immediately this person is the worst person in the world because your passion for loving that person, right, that parasocial relationship, is as tenuous as your lack of trust in other people's good nature. So on the internet, it might as well be like that. When your hero, the person you look up to, makes a misstep, they are no longer human. They are that idol, the person that is infallible. So instead of thinking of them as human beings who struggle, go up and down, it's easier to burn that bridge. It's easier to cancel them. And I know that's not the intent. By the way this game was written back in 2009, still relatively into social media territory, but it is far more topical now, where when you think of parasocial things, that's what happens when you're in isolation, and it's kind of a lose-lose situation. What I mean is, I'm sure people who are playing this game again, it's mutually felt. Like, actually, I would think there are less people who feel more for Kiryu's stance than Mine's stance. I think a lot of people can really resonate with Mine. And here's the funny catcher. I don't know, Beth, if you're familiar with this series, but we're about to see the one of two changes in this game to the canon of this. Mine survives this encounter. And to me, I don't know if it's like the secret sauce that RGG is aiming for, but I actually think in the long run, despite people like retconning, talking about like this thing is gonna be retcon, which is not technically true because you never see him actually die, but now that he survives, I actually think Mine's character is more robust for this day and age than having such characters like Mine lose, quote unquote, lose to Kiryu, the stoic, benevolent workhorse. I think the stoic, benevolent, trusty, touchy feely person is less resonating. I actually resonate with Kiryu a lot in the sense of how stubborn he is with unconditional trust. I don't like his blatant, like Captain America kind of situation where nothing goes wrong with his consequence. I actually think there's not much in it, in the reality of things, for people like Kiryu. And I only do the things I do when I can do them. Kiryu doesn't no matter what. So even for myself, I only do it when I'm willing to lose the things. Like I talk about this before for a lot of times. You only invest what you know you can lose. That's what investment is. It's something that can be gained, but it's also something that you don't need per se. When you're saving something or trying to like save up for something, those are the things you need. So if you're going to try to invest those things, that is when desperation, narcissism, and like greediness and like betrayal happens, because I'm like, it's like, for example, many people create content, but they create content. The ones that are incredibly successful are often the content creators that find this as a potential alternative, a potential option. They have been successful to quite a greater extent prior to content creation. So when they create things, it continues to flourish or go up and down and create learning opportunities when they don't necessarily need it. However, in the new generation of content creators, content creation is not distinguished from their need. So oftentimes when content creation fails, desperation happens. Extreme behavior and all that occurs because it is essentially the new lifestyle, the lifestyle that is part of their identity. So I say this with as much empathy as I can possibly have. However, for myself, I'm not dependent on this. So I say a lot of things because I trust the people, or like whoever occasionally that I meet and whatnot. I get a chance to trust people because I know that I can lose that. I can lose my reputation to some extent or whatever time I have. That's fair because I'm unconditionally trusting what I'm showing is out of the benevolence of my own heart, but it's not all of me. So the reason why I say that is if someone insults me and say like, "Oh, you're garbage and you just waste your time doing and pretending to be," that doesn't harm me as much, in my opinion, because I'm willing to work through that. I think it's very different when you make it topical about a content creator who's looking at this as the last option, the only option that they can have affirmation and stuff. And then we tune in back to Mine. His only option, the only tether for his life of worth living is Daigo. And you can't account for that. Daigo is now in a weakened state, so he chooses to quickly give up as opposed to seeing Kiryu, where Kiryu has lived through a life of ups and downs and compassion and whatnot. So it's really interesting. For the record, most of RGG games are about like trust, betrayal, love, like platonic love, brotherhood. So regardless, these games are going to be topical in a world, especially a echo chamber on the internet, where that stuff is optional now. Like, you don't need trust, love, companionship, or any form of human connection. In fact, a lot of times, most of the technology that are being developed today is to remove human connection, remove human condition. So ultimately, whatever I play nowadays that deals with like a dragon, it can be tied back to this topic. So it's not a coincidence. Obviously, I like playing these games because the thing it highlights is human connection. Like, after we complete Kiwami 3, which is within the next 2 sessions, I'll be summarizing Kiwami 3. We're going to start playing Persona games, and I'm probably going to talk about this the whole time because Persona games is topical. It's largely about the human condition, especially with the younger audience. Like, what I mean is a younger audience in the sense of literally younger, because Persona games take place in high school. So, and then occasionally there'd be adults and stuff. This one is like the adults version, which is life and death, organized crime, and whatnot. So, Mine is a great character to preserve, in my opinion. We'll see what happens in another 2 or 3 years when the follow-up game, which features probably Mine. Preserving Mine's character would be an interesting topical adjustment for the future. Not to say that maybe social media and like the internet will change dramatically in another 2 years or 3 years. It can happen. The internet changes fast, right? For now though, it's really tough for me to hear anytime someone say like anytime I say something like, "Oh yeah, sure, anytime." Like, I trust you. And their first response is like, sorry, but I don't trust anyone, so just pardon me if I would hold my breath. No, that's fine. Like, that is the natural reflex. Or it's more like, oh, I've never heard someone do that before, and then they would behave with their walls guarded, which is very reasonable. It's incredibly logical to do that because the odds of that happening is very small online. It's really unfortunate, in my opinion, that when the internet first started, there was cynicism, guarded protectiveness, but that's due to the nature of you're not being able to know what you're getting yourself into. And now, fast forward like 20 years, I can't even believe I'm saying that, maybe 30 years. Has it been 30 years? Yeah, it's been 30 years since like the accessible AOL and all that stuff. Um, Fast forward 30 years, and now it's more like there's distrust and cynicism because it's objectively true, statistically. So, not before, it used to be, oh, be careful of who you meet online because it's anonymity. There's not enough data to know who you're interacting with, so you want to be careful. Nowadays, it's like the echo chambers are so strong that you know exactly how to behave from other people. Like when you meet a person through playing a video game, then it's only the video game that's holding you together. So when you guys stop playing the video game, you stop being friends. Like, it's normal to do that. It's not a bad thing or a good thing, so to speak. It's a normal thing to do. And then when it becomes bad and good is due to whether you have companionship or not, right? If you're lacking companionship and you desire companionship, then the internet will remind you that most people they come together with common interest. And one of the things that Mine highlights is money. Money is one of the universal common interest that isn't even restricted to the internet. Now, if we fast forward, if this was taking place in like 2026, which like a Dragon 9 might take place in 2027 or 8, depending on where they release. They usually write it for the year that it's released. They might investigate this. Like the whole using the internet as a platform of sowing distrust between people because it's not necessarily cynicism, but it's statistics where everything is cold, it's calculating. And Mine is the character for this. Mine is cold, calculating. He's very smart, like he works really hard, he's good with money, but he also has all the safeguards that result from that. And you have very less of, hey, my time might not be worth like $300,000 a second, but if you give me 30 minutes, I can at least try to leave an impression upon you at no cost. But what is the true cost? It's the 30 minutes. And if that no longer holds weight, like compassion and empathy no longer holds weight, it's more like how much can you do for me in terms of some sort of metric, right? Like, hey, you want to collaborate? I see that you have more viewers than I do. Let's work together to boost both of our viewership, that kind of thing. And it's very transactional. And I think that's what Mine is highlighting coincidentally, because this, again, was written in 2009. So coincidentally, what they're talking about is transactional. Mine views the world as transactional. Basically, there's in it for the party involved, and when it's not, there's no more incentives, then it's easy to burn bridges and betray people or leave them, abandon them. And Daigo did not have a transaction. He literally just trusts Mine and say, "Yeah, I trust you. No transaction needed." And just keep going, right? And Kiryu does the same thing. But in a world paved with organized crime, which is what this game is about, right? These game series is about, that's kind of naive, right? Without a lack of a better word, it endangers the person. So Kiryu is like, he's like a unicorn, basically. Daigo represents more of it. Like Daigo is trusting, so he's the one on the bed. In fact, it's kind of a running theme. Daigo gets injured a lot. Kiryu is a unicorn. Kiryu, like, well, he gets injured a lot too, but somehow he's like a monster, right? Like, or he's larger than life, obviously. And then everyone else shows the cynicism of the world. I don't think this has to be 2009 to be relevant to 2026, at least in my opinion. And I kind of see where they're going with this. In my, like, personally, I think the hot take here is, I think Yokoyama, no, or was it Yokoyama? Yeah, Yokoyama knows. I feel I understand why they decided to preserve Mine the character, and we'll know in another 3 years. I've been doing a lot of hot takes along these Yakuza games, and several of them already came true. I just don't know where they are. Like I clearly like I did get some things that didn't happen. I was hoping didn't happen. Like Kiwami 3. Kiwami 3 was a foregone conclusion. However, I still think back to my Yakuza 3 remastered, which was 2.5 years ago, and I remembered, oh, what if they added more scenes? It didn't happen. There was this one chapter, it's full of exposition. It's just yap, yap, yap. And I really thought if they were going to do Kiwami 3, they were going to animate and like add something there. It didn't happen. It was identical. So you win some, you lose some. In this case, though, I totally understand why they preserve the Mine character. Because I genuinely believe if you haven't played Yakuza 3 Remastered, like the quote unquote, the canon OG, and this would be the first time you play Kiwami 3 because you played from Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, then Kiwami 3. Mine's character is very topical right now. So, in my opinion, if I were gonna write a character, or like say if you're Yokoyama, like you're a developer and you've been living on the internet and you've been making video games to appease the people on the internet, Mine would be a great character that comes to mind. Like what I mean is, if you're living, like for example, if I have to write a story now, people write stories as a projection of themselves, right? It's based on their experience. So what is a likely character that would come from a developer who's been spending a lot of time online trying to release games that appease the internet? Honestly, to me, Mine is a much better, like a much more. If I had to write a character that I know a lot about or very familiar, I would write a character like Mine. I wouldn't write a character like Kiryu. That sentiment, like Kiryu's sentiment, is very weird. in this time of day. Like, people don't behave like Kiryu. They find, like, in my opinion, they would resonate with Kiryu far less. And I'm not talking about like the old school people. Like myself, I would be considered a legacy player, but there are people who played this game series like years before I have. They're attached to Kiryu because of legacy. But when we're talking about like the appeal of newcomers, new characters, and then they're trying to bridge it, Mine makes for a great character that if someone wanted to play someone who's like you can resonate with, I don't resonate with Mine. Like Mine is exactly what Kiryu said to Mine. That's what I would say. Like what I mean is I'm like an old bag. I'm like a millennial. I'm like a boomer practically now in video games. I resonate with the old school stuff because those characters remind me of a time when people still trust each other, even despite, the weird organized crime and stuff. The messages that the thing that you like about storytelling is sometimes you kind of want to get lost in rooting for a character. To me, it's already pretty obvious. Like when you see the new people who haven't played this game series and whatnot, they like the Mine character, like the edgy, like more like what Mine's character represents. They talk about Mine a lot more, and meanwhile, I'm like I see Mine as the extension of the current social bubbles. Like I don't relish or admire or envy Mine. I see Mine as a social commentary on the current game. So I actually genuinely do believe, and we'll find out in 3 years, if they follow up on this character. Because the whole divisive thing that they did was to quote unquote retcon and bring Mine character as a possibility for follow up, as opposed to like going on to the other characters. Old school fans will say Akiyama is coming back. Yes, we can finally get Akiyama. But Akiyama is not the type of character that I feel people will resonate with as much anymore. And like all the other stuff in the later two series, I don't think they're as topical as like having Mine as a character. Well, we'll see. Is it prophetic? Maybe not. The whole internet world could change in the matter of 2 or 3 years, so we'll see what they write for him. I genuinely do believe that they're writing a lot about the Mine character and trying to preserve the Mine character, because if it wasn't intentional, it would have been involved. Like, what is a great way to represent the people you have to please when it comes to the internet? Mine. High demanding, incredibly idealistic, very cynical about corporate greed and narcissism and what motivates people, and then the fear of abandonment and rejection, and then alienation and antisocial avoidant behavior when it comes to commitment. All of that is here in Mine, and it's not bad or good. It's the normalization of how we socialize. So when this is the second time I'm playing the MSQ, and even in Chinese, obviously the first time was in English and now it's in Chinese. Despite that, I can't overlook how Mine, and this is gonna lead into my summary, like my summary of Kiwami 3 in another 2 sessions. So interesting. Okay, now we go into the slappy slappy. Okay. Why did you advance so far forward? Okay. Oh, I tiger dropped him. Let me try again. Oh! Sorry, that's the first time I've ever tiger dropped. Oh my gosh, it's so satisfying. Do it again, do it again. Oh. Ah! Mistakes! Oh my goodness. Alright, alright. Dude, that tiger drop feels so good. But it's also high risk, high reward thing. Oh my goodness, that tiger drop. Oh, that's right. I have to stop him from healing. I'm trying to figure out what the timing is on the tiger drop. Oh my goodness, that is so fast. Alright, okay. That's enough fun. The tiger drop doesn't do a lot of damage though. Tiger drop used to be like the end all be all in the early days because it deals so much damage for the reward, but not anymore. It doesn't do that much damage. Not worth the risk. If you can avoid having to rely on the tiger drop, that's the way to go. I'm waiting for the quick action. Huh. Did I jump over the... Oh, there it is. The QTE, I mean. This is where we gimmick the heck out of him so that he doesn't unchain our face. Yeah, this is so powerful. Just heckin' toss him around. Oh no, he's still alive. Okay. The real tragic victim of this is Mine's secretary.
是我偏来。
Katase.
会长，您那边出什么事了吗？
我没事。
会长，我现在不知道怎么办才好。
只有你对我是。
我一个人拿不定主意，真不知道该怎么办了。有人提出想要以10倍市价收购之前迪拜那桩生意的股票。欧美那边有些基金会听说这个消息后，提出想尽快与会长进行商谈，但行程
又是钱。
He totally misread.
会长
So tragic.
我剩下的还是只有钱呢。
She does care, I think.
我一个人
Feels bad, man.
爬到了这个位置，没借助任何人的力量，也不相信任何人。我相信的只有金钱。
会长，这桩生意如果谈成，能有几千亿的利润。会长，请您尽快做出决定。
可人活一世，终究希望能有个可以相信的人，和相信自己的人。或许就是这么简单吧。
喂，会长，
你说呢？
您那边有什么问题吗？
同生，
会长，如果一直拖着不给答复的话，客户随时有可能改变想法。会长，您在听吗？请您指示会长。
不知道为什么，突然看开了，感觉很平静。是不是对于我来说，一切都已经结束了？
不会，人只要还活着，就有路可以走，随时都可以从头来过。
Never too late. Idealistic, obviously, but... And it can still happen now because of the change, obviously. It can still happen right now. Second Richardson.
不出所料啊！
可恶 ，CIA 的人怎么会？
他们不是 CIA 的人，虽然他们的身份是 CIA， 但其实都是黑色星期一的人。
这么说，那个男人就是？
没错，他就是安德烈·理查德森。
Richardson.
对，就是因为他们，我才第一时间知道你在这里。他们眼线很多，对 CIA 和风间的动向了如指掌。
I'm afraid your role in all of this has come to an end.
该死！这些家伙到底想干什么？
应该是想灭口，然后重新去找能帮他们通过法案扩建基地的人。事情到了这一步，对他们来说，我已经是没用的弃子了。
Oh, there are plenty of people who could replace you. And unfortunately, you both know far too much for me to let either of you live. Die. What?
Sniper. Oh, what? I think it's a carryover in Japanese.
What the fuck?
And that too. It just sounds weirder in
就这么
English.
随随便便的死了，我必须。Damn it!
Which I totally agree. That probably sounds a lot more natural or like impactful in Japanese because of like that's a behavioralism thing, in my opinion.
大雾，
Oh, what?
大雾，童生哥，
你怎么样？还可以吗？
还好，我更担心童生哥。不过，
Not quite what he said.
究竟是 风，风，你这是怎么了？你没事吧？刚才好险，不过现在已经安全了。会长，该死，这家伙命真大。
I won't let it end like this. I'll kill you all. Die! God damn you! Die! Stop! Stop!
大吴会长，我真的十分抱歉。
风，你在说什么呢？你在干嘛？快到这边来！
现在的我，已经没有到您身边的资格了。
风，
童生先生，我好歹也混了这么久的黑道，我会用自己的方式，给这一切做个了结的。
风，
Stop it! Are you nuts?
童生先生，真希望能早些遇到你，早些明白你说的道理。
风，
There's still a chance.
Shit! Go away! Stop!
如果有下辈子，真希望我们能站在同一边。
Let me go!
快回来！
Let me
不要冲动啊，风！风！
Let me go!
So some people like watching this over again, and I would have to watch Yakuza 3 Remastered again. They talked about like there's some of the dialogue might slightly have been edited, but if that is the message that they had, and there were a lot of comments about the impact of his death, like oh, now because of the change it removes the meaning or the weight of the thing, and it's not in the quote unquote spirit of Yakuza 3 and etc. Yakuza and Like a Dragon ran a very long time. One of the central themes of Yakuza and Like a Dragon is that you don't throw your life away. So oftentimes I hear this things like, oh, but now it has less meaning because effectively the whatever that is supposed to insist is retconned, right? Because they survived, now the life has no meaning. That's almost quite literally the opposite, in my opinion. Like philosophically and ideologically, it would be the opposite of what both the characters want. In fact, when I was playing this game, I often wondered, there, in a different circumstance, they could have either restrained Richardson or threw him off the roof. But then that would create a different situation. It would create the situation of like self-preservation, right? And what is what is interesting about that is which is a more important message here? A path to redemption and not throwing your life away, which is the whole idea of Daigo and Kiryu, or Mine getting his way and throwing his life away, right? I think a lot of times the idea was that Mine was sacrificing himself. You know, the whole idea that the weight is gone because if it didn't lead to his demise, there wasn't an onerous or weight to his sacrifice and his meaning. I actually think that that ended his weight. It actually made Kiryu, like maybe a minor opinion, it actually diminishes the weight of all that was said in the game. Like having a person that is unable to redeem themselves is the opposite of the themes that are up to this moment. The idea is the indomitable human spirit, right? Kiryu has defied, I mean, it's kind of a running joke. Kiryu has defied that, Daigo has defied that. In the ironic thing here is more people have defied and ebb and flow from the path of redemption and then corruption and then possibly redemption. Mine chose a selfish way out. And that creates that, some people might like it because it's very cynical and like if he showed hope, but that hope was snatched away, and that kind of sacrifice is very consequential and meaningful. I get that. Whether it's not in the spirit of like, oh, now it's no less, it's not significant anymore. In fact, I would argue that someone who survives have the opportunity to make it more meaningful, not it loses meaning because someone survives. At least in my opinion. Like maybe I'm a far more sucker for a story with a path of redemption than a story of ironic and poetic deaths, right? Like, yeah, I definitely can appreciate a Shakespearean tragedy from now and then, but I don't think it's any far reaching from the uh weight. I think the idea that Mine survives is equally as weighty as him dying poetically for his own adherence and his consequences, or him poetically and coincidentally having an opportunity at redemption. I don't know, but it certainly will be more apparent in another 3 or 4 years. I'm gonna give it like another 3 or 4 years before we see what they have planned in store. Otherwise, yeah, it still again sucks that Yakuza 3 Remastered is like not readily sold separately and you can't experience that again. But uh, this small change is just like it's a significant change, but it is also a small relative change, right? In terms of its volume, it is very impactful. It's incredibly impactful. It doesn't like it doesn't necessarily retcon anything in my opinion, with the notion that it is a retcon if someone is saying narcissistically, oh yeah, other people won't understand Mine's original sacrifice. I'm like, well, they won't understand in the first place because they didn't have to play it. But if they had the option to play it, yeah, sure, you can experience both of them. But it's not. So my thought is if you're gonna weigh the merits of what has happened here, this naturally sets up a arc for redemption, and that pays very well with what came before it from 0, 1 to 2. It still falls in line with the realm of the main themes. Doesn't detract from the main themes. It certainly detracts from the idea that Mine had a tragic end. If you're incredibly cynical about that, I suppose, and you want someone to not have a redemption arc, that's fair. Right. Um Self-sacrifice doesn't necessarily mean that it is any more or less meaningful than someone who's able to redeem their lives. And that's where the fork in the road happened, right? This game was that fork in the road. Is there time to redeem oneself? I'm kind of curious. How many redeeming characters are in Like a Dragon now? I guess Saijima would be the closest. I think the next Yakuza 4 non Kiwami and Yakuza 5 non Kiwami, I think they're combining the themes of redemption, right? Akiyama had a path of redemption. So does Saijima. Actually, in most cases, Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5's characters had path of redemption. All of the arcs, nearly all of them deal with path of redemption. So rather than maybe having those guys and then retreading the same path and then having people upset about maintaining their source material and whatnot, break away from it and have Mine as the character of redemption. I mean, that sounds like there would be less disagreements or divisiveness of tarnishing the nostalgia. Again, I sound a little bit unempathetic because I'm not. I'm not empathetic to that. I can share some sympathy for people who constantly want to keep their things the same and adding on and maintaining the status quo. I get that. If you're really relying on nostalgia, I don't use other people as scapegoats for my own nostalgia biases. Like like the argument where, oh, now new players can't experience the original beautifulness that I experienced. It's like, okay, well, that's a little bit narcissistic, but they can experience the new thing in which they can probably resonate with more likely because of Mine's character. That's the alternative, two sides of the same coin situation. And for myself, yeah, I'll definitely treasure what Yakuza 3 Remaster was like in 4 and 5. In fact, 5 is easily one of my favorites so far, anyways. And not see them come up. And it's kind of one of my comments, the theme of my take on Kiwami 3. This is my first game that I've ever played in the postmodern era of remakes. I haven't I haven't played anything in the postmodern era of remakes. So like the whole remake craze, right? I haven't done it. And I have experience and it does actually fulfill, you can call it a self-fulfilling prophecy probably. I always had my apprehensions about playing a remake because what happens to me is when it comes to remakes, they're not remade. They're often uh they're additional, they're top-ups. They are closer to remasters in my opinion, where you're preserving all the source material and you're not breaking away from it. Like you can be closer to a reboot. Like a lot of people refer to that as a reboot and or like a re-imaging or something. And I like that idea a lot more. I'm far more interested in when I saw Kiwami 3 announced, I'm not sure what I was expecting because I didn't play Yakuza 1 or Yakuza 2 before Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2. So the people who are playing Kiwami 3 now without playing Yakuza 3 Remastered, that was my experience with Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2. I didn't miss something that I don't have. However, it doesn't stop long hardcore fans using their benevolence and their knowledge to create FOMO, using FOMO for new audience as a way to justify their cancel culture thing. Where like, oh man, they'll never understand how good Yakuza 3 Remastered was because now you can't get it. I'm like, well, they might not even have time to play Kiwami 3. I mean, fair. And if you think that you're gonna project that, oh, Yakuza 3 is just better, you should play Yakuza 3, you don't know that. You don't know that. You're playing Yakuza 3, you're saying that because nostalgia is the first thing, in my opinion. Like, it's kind of interesting because I hear different results, right? Like, some people are perfectly content with what they do know as opposed to exercising FOMO all the time. It's like, oh, now I can't play the original and I'm going to miss the original. You can't miss something you haven't had yet. You can miss it if someone's projecting their opinions and their experiences. So this is kind of a mix. It's very important. It's one of the most divisive things that are coming up. Like the most divisive thing is coming up soon on top of other things. And from my personal take on this, man, I actually think that I'm way on the other side. Um, Kiwami 3, when I buy a game, like in my opinion, like this is me personally, I am very thankful that RGG continues to make games and whatnot, and I'm not trying to cancel Kiwami 3. For myself personally, when I want to play a video game, I don't want to rehash the same nostalgia. Like, nostalgia is one thing, but if I had to do nostalgia, I would simply play Yakuza 3 Remastered, right? So all the arguments about being true to the source material, so to speak, like maintaining the source material and maintaining continuity and stuff, from my point of view, which is an unpopular opinion, I'll probably get a lot of heat from this. I'm not here to say that I'm not the person who say that you have to be true to the source material. If it's a remake, you remake it, in my opinion. So, um, if I want nostalgia and true to the source material, I would play the same game again. So whenever someone says like, "Oh, this game could have been great if they just kept everything the same and then added to it," like, well, then 90% of the game is the same thing again. And in fact, actually 90% of the game is still the same thing. I would say 80. We'll say a little bit less because of the Morning Glory and uh, bad boy dragon, right? And that's the parts that I will be focusing on because I need to focus on those. Those are the quote unquote new things. And to me, there is kind of like half and half. There's not enough new things for someone who wants a new experience. And then there isn't enough of all the old things for all the really loud, rowdy, like minority voice, um, cancel culture people who want to say that they should have kept everything the same and bring back all and then just reskin and top it up. They'd be okay. I personally, as much as I love to hear and read 119 sub stories again, um, if preservation is the idea, then yes, it's a bummer that you can't buy Yakuza 3 Remastered. I have no problems with conceding with that. But using an argument that Kiwami 3 needs to be true to the source material by having everything it is and then some, I'm not I'm not excited about that. So it's to me the most exciting thing, like interesting thing, is when Yokoyama came out and said this is the last Kiwami game. Like that is really exciting because then it would be Yakuza 4, and as much as I like Akiyama to come back and whatnot, if it just spirals into something else, that's fantastic. Like this game could have been that game, in my opinion. It could have been something different, featuring Kiryu, Daigo. Everything just gets out of whack. Rikia stays alive. Retcon Rikia's death. By all means, go for it. Then Rikia and Mine would be the main cast of Yakuza 4 non Kiwami, like that type of thing. I'm kind of for that. And Daigo would become the fourth character. I don't know. Like it'd be Daigo, Kiryu, Rikia, and Mine, or something like that. Something really refreshing. At least me personally, right? I don't speak for a majority voice, so I have no idea who the majority voice is on Kiwami 3. I like playing games because it allows the developers to have freedom of creation. Now, continuity is quite important when one can intentionally write for that continuity. I don't think continuity for the intention of staying the same is attractive to me, or even like it's even less likely to draw like purchasing power, and like why I'm not here to rebuy the same game 4 times over, for example. So that might sound a little aggressive, but that's kind of why I have mixed feelings about this game, but I think it's gonna be what I'm saying now is relatively true if I played other games, like the remaster. The first remaster that almost considered playing in the postmodern remastered or remake age was actually Tale of Two Brothers by the people that by the director that is in Haslight Studios right now, right? And I haven't even played that. So I am looking forward to the non-Kiwami Yakuza 4 because I want new experiences. The experiences that give the director and the developers creative liberties that isn't gonna immediately land them on the cancel culture train for nostalgia bait. It's relatively true. Like earlier, I was talking about One Piece Netflix series. There's capturing the spirit of something, and then there's verbatim one-to-one nostalgia bait. And the thing about the One Piece Netflix live action is it's kind of a mix, and it's a wonderful, unprecedented, and rare thing. Requiem, the newest game, Resident Evil, at this time, Requiem is having a great, wonderful thing. And they did it in a different way, moving forward while placing nostalgia in its place. Like you can use nostalgia while moving forward. Now, the whole remakes, right? Remake fatigue, like I don't know. I haven't played any Resident Evil games, so whichever one I play first will be the standard. Because if I play like Resident Evil 4 and then play Resident Evil Remake, it's not as exciting to me. I don't. I think remake fatigue is a very real thing for other people. For myself, I I am not the biggest fan on like one-to-one recreations, one-to-one source material. I think what really truly transcends a remake or an adaptation is the ability to embody and capture the vision or whatever they think the vision is of that product and then treating it as an interpretation of the people's creation. But here, in this sense, is kind of a little weird because the people who are making these decisions are actually relatively still involved in the same process that many years ago. Um, in fact, I think it's a bit of a copium and a cop out to say that a sudden change in leadership means that all the other people are inconsequential. And what I mean by this is the topic of Nagoshi, right? Nagoshi, there's this constant banter and memeing of like, oh, now it's all like Casca, post Casca era because it's post Nagoshi era. Now they want to make everything all like lovey-dovey and like in contrast. That's okay. I mean, the people who are writing a lot of this stuff were still the people who are writing a lot of the stuff now. Whether I'm sure it is involved in it, like some part of it is involved in the idea of a departure or a change in leadership. However, people also change, they have different experiences. So if you want to go play a dark thing, which I will be considering and playing, Gangs of Dragon has been announced. We'll see how that works out. Because personally, thinking that developers should unchange or stay the same to pander to any particular one, I think that's more of a self entitlement and a deeper attachment to nostalgia than understanding or evaluating things on the merit of their creativity. There's a slight nod because we're about to see a scene that is equally as divisive as it is interesting to newcomers, I suppose. The Dragon Engine's like torso is so weird. That should have been Date.
童神
I'm
哥，
kidding. Kidding.
难道说背叛东
He's
城
not a
会的
cop
人
anymore with this one.
竟然是风吗？
不，不是他。那家伙，风那家伙并没有背叛东城会，
True
哪
though.
怕到了最后，他都没有放弃守护你。
That is a high fall though. High fall. All right. Yeah, lots of. I think this passed the copyright thing. I don't know. I don't know if this ending theme was anywhere in the game. Maybe like in a orchestral mix. The voice really reminds me of the Majima Japanese voice actor, so. Oh, what's next gaming wise? Probably Persona 3, the PlayStation Portable version. I don't know if I'm gonna get to the end of this. We still got a couple of things to do, but then I'll wrap it up with a candid conclusion. I got a lot of thoughts. I had like a month and a half to organize my thoughts. And then we're kind of probably gonna start Persona 3 Portable. Start our Persona Legacy stuff. I haven't decided. We're probably gonna start with the Japanese and then do an English MSQ playthrough. So we're gonna reverse the order. Do a Japanese completion run. Probably not MSQ focused because Persona 3 are JRPGs. So we'll probably play it through in Japanese for the completion, and then we'll run it back and compare it to the English cast. I played Persona 3 when it was on PlayStation 2. That was my first Persona game, and one of easily next to Okami. Those were my two like most beloved Japanese titles on the PlayStation 2. Outside of like other Western stuff, like Time Splitters is a Western. It's a FPS. But definitely PlayStation 2 era. It's probably Okami and Persona 3. I actually have a copy of Persona 3 and Persona 3 FES edition. When they have to release new games, whenever they need to update, they release a new edition. I actually have both of them still in the shelf outside. So we're probably going to play the Persona 3 PSP version, which is the closest thing to the PlayStation 3 FES and all the other extra editions version. Then we'll play Persona 4 if we have time. Right in before P5X start their Persona 3 collaboration. The idea is to play Persona 3 Portable before around like May or June, when the P5X will have the P3 collaboration, which is already set in stone. And then PlayStation 4, PS, Persona 4 Royal Edition, the Nihongo run. Nihongo specifically completion run. Then we do the Persona 4, same deal. We might mix it up and do the English then run for Persona 4 first, and then do the MSQ run in Japanese in reverse. And then Persona 5 Royale Edition would be probably somewhere in the late July or something. And then we go back and play Persona 3 Reloaded, which will be the second game I'll ever play as a remastered, or like a remake. This is the first, I talked about this just a little bit earlier. Yeah, this is the first post remake era video like game, so in which I have played something before and then it was remade, right? And my feelings still stay the same. Like, maybe I'm just really biased, but the idea of remakes is not the same as reboots, and I like, or like remakes as in re-imagings, as in the whole idea of a remake is to creatively diverge away from the original. Because what this feels to me, and what most people like, in my opinion, I totally agree with like the people who are upset and divisive and all that. They don't like retcons. They like nostalgia and like building on top of things. I get that. So it's not for me. Remakes are not for me. They're not. I'm not the target audience, and I had my suspicions that remakes are I'm not the target audience, and now I can kind of. It might not be the most glowing example of remake. Like, I could be playing Resident Evil, for example. I could have played Resident Evil 4, then Resident Evil 4 remake, or something like that. So like a more gold standard-ish version, I suppose. So PlayStation, Persona 3 Reloaded was really well received. So when I go back to play Persona 3 Portable, which is close to my Persona 3 PS2 experience, which was over 10 years ago, like 18 years ago? It might have been 18 years ago. So I'll relive that nostalgia with nostalgia, so to speak, because the PSP is supposed to be not a remake. It's supposed to be the PlayStation 2 Persona 3 game. Then I play Reloaded sometime this year. We'll see. We'll revisit and see how much they change. Because for me, when a game is reloaded, remade, Kiwami 3, that like Kiwami, I expect a divergence in creativity. Like, what I mean is, you split the timeline. No like half measures. I think a lot of times I simply am not the target audience for creators to retread their creative interests, like show how little they have grown, in my opinion, in order to pander to people who are stuck in nostalgia. Like, other people, sure, I'm not as important as they are. So the hardcore fans, the fans that are constantly there, they're like, stick to the source material. You have to keep it the same and don't change what was good. I'm like, okay. I would expect change for better or for worse. And this is going to be one of them right here. The most divisive, one of the most divisive scenes.
本来想说，有情况我就回来。不过这次我插手了太多事，沈士丁应该由在这里生活的人做主，东城会也该是现在的成员说了算。
您的意思是，今后我们就得靠自己了，对吧，东升哥？
你们两个只要努力过好每一天就可以了。
该拼命保护神士丁的，是我们这些靠压榨老百姓为生、终日活在见不得光的世界里的恶人。
童生哥和那些恶人不一样。
不，没什么两样。混过黑道的人，就算已经洗手不干，也没有资格过安生的日子。接下来该怎么过，我已经想好了。从今往后，我要为那些孩子而活。
童生哥已经把冲绳当做自己的家了。
既然决定了，就得好好干。遇到一点事情就不顾家里往外跑，那我还怎么当好他们的爸爸呢？哼，行了，差不多，我也该去机场了。
叔叔，
You've been playing Slay the Spire for the first time? Ooh, I really like to hear how it's going. I am still I'm going to do the standard thing where I wait for Slay the Spire 2 to come out of early access. But yeah, it's kind of like in limbo with Hades 2 situation where I buy the game on early access and then I wait and see how people go. I've been Slay the Spire is one of my gold standards. So like when someone asks, "Hey, is there a game that can encapsulate your personality?" Slay the Spire is one of them for sure. And then Monster Train is the other. Monster Train 2 already came out, and then Slay the Spire 2 is in early access. So the original Slay the Spire was very similarly that way. So was Hades 1 and Hades 2. So kind of lots of my stuff tends to be like I buy the game and I wait till 1.0. If I can't resist, then I would wait till like 0.9 maybe. And Slay the Spire is beautiful, beautiful game. And definitely a gold standard. In fact, it's astonishing. I nowhere in my wild mind did I think that Slay the Spire actually outmatched Team Cherry's Silk Song when it comes to like Silk Song is another one, right? I played Hollow Knight as well, and Silk Song haven't gotten to that yet. There are plenty of gold standards on my list, and I played the first iteration of all of them so far. I haven't played Darkest Dungeon 2 as well, and Darkest Dungeon. Quite a lot of gold standards here and there, for sure. Yeah, Slay the Spire. It's a beautifully created game for like the creative mind and the logic circuits interactions. Something that really captures the wonderful depth of like things like Magic the Gathering, right? Without necessarily the other parts of the parts that are less like solo venturing intellectually solo designed, because MTG, like earlier trading card games like CCGs and whatnot, they require a component of another opponent. But Slay the Spire roguelike games are built on systems works, so it leaves the intellectual all that satisfying when you are able to use your observational skills and your ability to work the system, right? It's you against the system. Slay the Spire 2 has so much power, like even outweighing Silk Song. It's shocking. Now there is a chance that both the Silk Song population is overlapping with the Slay the Spire population. So I think there's a potential that the dip in Silk Song right now is also because it's the rise in Slay the Spire. You can't necessarily play both of the games at the same time. So there's a very high chance that they share the same pool, which makes sense. I've been tracking the data on Slay the Spire. There are a couple of games that I track the data on quite regularly, largely because I think those are like things that I need to keep track of, because whenever someone asks me, "Hey, like would you recommend an action roguelike? What kind of action roguelike would you recommend? Hades. And when I say I recommend it, that person has to be asking, what do I like in things? So like if they want to get to know what my background is, Slay the Spire would be a deck builder of choice for sure. Roguelike deck builder. There are obviously other types of deck builders, but the roguelike deck builder, man, the people at Megacrit, excellent. I think also from a designer, like a programming standpoint, I think this is their title where they moved to Godot or something. I think they moved entirely to a different coding, like a engine. It might have been Godot when they were moving over, because they used Unity originally. So I'm looking forward. I already like, because I mentioned this title every once in a while, YouTube has already like served me shorts on people's like builds. It's such a wonderful thing for intellectual exploration if you're really into that. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that Slay the Spire is serving a lot of fun. You were playing another game earlier you mentioned too, right? And we had a conversation about that. No, remember what the other game was. And then here's the controversial, divisive change right here. And this is gonna raise a really and doubly controversial. Oh, Mugenics. That's right, Mugenics. Yeah, I have yet to play Mugenics as well, and I will more likely play Mugenics because that's a new IP series. Yeah, see, this presents a problem too because there's a lot of controversy over Hamasaki, the actor, so the likeness. So man, RGG has a rough time. Gonna have a rough time coming up. We'll see what they decide to do that. So both these characters are technically very controversial, not for very different reasons.
我建议你别做傻事，就算捅了他，我们也没有机会翻身了。
冯一潇，你不是已经死了吗？我听说你从医院楼顶跳了下去。
你就当我已经死了吧，这样也能省去不少麻烦。
你在说什么？
回归正题，在这场骚乱中，我没有放弃自己的原则。你也贯彻了黑道人兵旗豪的意志，这样就够了吧？我看你差不多也该收手了。
放屁！这时候你叫我收手，开什么玩笑？
兵器大哥，我们已经输了，输给了同生一马和牵牛花的孩子们之间那伟大的爱。
混账！当初神田是怎么教你的？在道上混，认输就等于彻底完蛋。
是啊，道上是这样的，但你我都已经不是黑道了。你是个聪明人，我说的你应该都明白。
少他妈来这套！我就是看不惯那个混蛋，他倒是在神石町折腾够了，现在跟没事人一样，摆出一副一切都会好的样子。凭什么只有他能过安稳日子？
Not as aggressive as the English version.
凭什么只有童生做什么都能被原谅？他和我们到底哪里不一样？他干的那些事能高尚到哪儿去？冯一潇，你说呀！
你真的觉得他过得很好吗？
什么？
I like this statement that he's saying right here.
冲绳那些非亲非故的家人，在旁人看来，那也许确实是一种幸福，但是什么？在我眼里，那不过是人间地狱。
That's a setup for Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5. It pretty much illustrates that.
善良的人心里都有黑暗的一面。
Ending with Yakuza 6's disappearance.
是善是恶，连那个人自己也说不清楚。如果童生本质上不是个善良的人，那他今后在冲绳的生活，就会是一场永远不会落幕，只能不断演下去的戏。
那前提也得是，他就不是个善良的人吧？
这话没错，但至少在我们交手的时候，童生看上去就像是个单纯把打架当成乐趣，在享受这一切的孩子。你怎么看？你觉得他究竟是善还是恶呢？如果他不是本性善良，只是在伪装自己，把恶的一面给藏了起来，那他又能撑到什么时候呢？要想报复童生先生，最有效果的就是把他关在那个舞台上，让那出戏永不落幕。
什么意思啊？难不成你是要一直监视他吗？
只要不让那些寻求帮助的人接近他就好。我想，童生先生也是在想明白一切之后，才选择了那条路。他应该从此以后都不会再回神石町了吧？
你的意思是，童生打算和孩子们一起生活，是为了用下半辈子来赎罪吗？
Honestly, if Yakuza
说回来
4 has nothing to
林奇
do
大
with
哥
Kiryu, that's fine too.
其实，我想给你介绍一个人。
啊？谁呀？现在还有谁会来找我们这种人？
可以说，是一位在背后推动地下社会运转的调停者吧。就是他交代我帮他办一件事。
到底是什么人？
有兴趣和我一起来吗？和我共赴那只有熟知恶棍的人才能生存的以恶制恶的残酷世界。
It could be anyone, honestly. Although I feel like Daijoji faction is probably the most reasonable suspicions. Yeah, so there's the casting problem and the poetic nature. The original Yakuza 3, Hamazaki goes through with it. Hamazaki actually nails Kiryu, and then that's how the game ends. The game ends with Kiryu's life in danger. Are they gonna remake all the games? I don't think so. So, Yokoyama, okay, so yes and no, so to speak. Yokoyama went out and said this was gonna be the last. Like so far in interviews, they're saying like this is gonna be the last Kiwami game. But Yakuza, they're gonna continue this storyline. However, this storyline, because of Mine surviving, Mine was presumed deceased. Hamazaki ends up going to jail for stabbing Kiryu in broad daylight. So that actually happened in the original. And that sets up for the next game, which Kiryu was hospitalized, and of course he survived in Yakuza 4. That's how it starts. But now, since neither of those things happened, then it's difficult to say if they're considered remakes in the tradition of the postmodern remake series. They're going to fork it. So I'm going to say it's going to be a spin-off. So the next two games are going to be spin-off games. In fact, I think from now on, this is the fork. So they're going to create a spin-off of the rest of the games. So I don't think they're going to remake Yakuza 4 or Yakuza 5. It's going to spin off into a different things. So maybe Hamasaki, there's a chance they might recast Hamasaki because of political division to quell some of the political problems. And then Mine would be the spin-off character. Because now officially Mine is a spin-off character because his timeline doesn't persist after this. And Kiryu can live in exile, which is kind of a hint right there. They're just saying like, the whole idea is that if Kiryu leaves peacefully Okinawa, he doesn't have to leave that. You can just assume he'll be there. Maybe he'll make a cameo or something. But if the game is to spin off, then it'd be Mine, and things will be revolving around Mine. And I think, in my opinion, from a empathetic standpoint, Mine fits a lot more topically for the newer audience, in my opinion. In fact, I find it genuinely interesting how brooding and kind of his attitude, like the way Mine resolves things, it's very resonating with how the internet reflexively respond to things. So I think moving forward, there will be spin-off games. So I do not actually expect Yakuza 4's plot or Yakuza 5's might not be, but the thing is the characters could still be there. Like the Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5, those games expand dramatically. Like they get huge. Yakuza 4 introduces it has 4 protagonists. And Yakuza 5 has 5 protagonists. Like, so maybe they're not gonna go do that. They're gonna use Mine, create a more intimate relationship, and they're gonna call it something else. They're no longer calling it like Yakuza 4, like Kiwami 4, like Yakuza 4 remake, and more like Mine spin-off game 2, and have Kiryu go in the background. Like Kiryu would no longer be like a main character. In fact, Yakuza 4, Kiryu is a minor. He's one of the minor protagonists. He's like the smaller chapter. And Yakuza 5, he was the starting character, but ultimately, like his chapter in Yakuza 5 is one of my favorites because it takes place in Fukuoka, and so he became kind of the middle center character again in Yakuza 5. But in Yakuza 4, he was like a minor character, like a really minor one. So, because he was spent most of his time in Okinawa, and that's kind of what they're doing, I think. So I would say, yes, they're kind of remaking it, sort of. I think it's closer to a spinoff, and to me, that's what I'm looking for. At like, not at the chagrin of other people. I kind of thought this was going to be a spinoff. Like they would set up a spinoff. They would go harder, but they didn't go harder. They actually went like 5%. They changed 2 major elements of the game and it created huge ripple effects because it's basically showing that they're investing in this character. Mine. Like they legitimately, the extra parts of this game is his part. And then it's 5% of this Kiwami, like Yakuza 3, basically. So pretty much all 3. In fact, a lot of people bought the game. This, you know, like, I'm not really outing anyone here. It was very obvious. Most people bought this game. They played the Dark Tides. They rushed Dark Tides, which takes less than 2 minutes. They run through Dark Tides MSQ and then they refund the title out of like, I don't know, share rebellion or whatnot, because Steam has a 2-hour limit refund, so you can beat the MSQ of Dark Tides within 2 hours readily, easily, like very easily. So that's kind of what disgruntled people have done, right? I bought the Masters Edition or like the Deluxe Edition because I was committed, right? Not that it's worse, better, or worse. This is my annual like legacy project. So we talk through, we learn through, we try to negotiate. I think I believe in paths of redemption, much like the writing content of this. So you have bumps and then you have improvements. So in the spirit of these virtual characters, I hope that the next game is a spin-off call it Like a Dragon. I still leaning on Like a Dragon Kirin or something like that, because the Kirin is on Mine's back. He has a Kirin on his back, so maybe they just call it Like a Dragon Kirin, as opposed to like calling it Yakuza 4 Kiwami. And they specifically mentioned that they're not going to use the Kiwami title anymore. So no more remakes for the, like, no more remakes in that way. And I think that's a solid thing. To me, I kind of thought they would just do it now. Like, maybe still keep the Kiwami title, but they would fork it away. Do something different. I think remake fatigue is very real in this game. It's a tightrope. When it comes to remakes, it's an incredibly tightrope, and I would say the vast majority of people who remade games, like in their series, failed. It usually ends up poorly. Like, the ones that you see that did really well, they're the exception, in my opinion. Like, what are the remake choices that people think about, right? They think about, like, Final Fantasy VII. Are you kidding me? That game underperformed financially. Like, that's how crazy it was. And then we have like Persona 3 Reloaded was a huge endeavor. Like, it was a really big endeavor. And then what other examples? All of Capcom series, the Resident Evil series is your example of remakes. And even then, they still kind of teetered. Like 1 and 2 were fantastic, and then 3 took a little dive. And then 4 is feeling some fatigue, despite it being like the GOAT, right, of the game. And then when 9 rolled around, everyone's like, yes, new things. And they still hit on nostalgia. So, like, it's a combination, right? It's technically the best. It's like combining 7 and 8 with 4. So people are filling out their post-remake era thing. The games that I have played, like Tales of Two Brothers, the remake of Tales of Two Brothers was not great. Like, it was not well received. So for every remake, there's often why does this thing exist still, right? And then there's plenty of remasters, even less than that. So I think that the era of remakes are interesting. I think reboots have a lot of promise and lots of apprehension. Here's a great example. The Tomb Raider, there's a remake and a reboot of Tomb Raider. And I think I will probably play one of them, because I played the original Tomb Raider as well. And we're not talking about the reboot. The last Tomb Raider I played was not the reboot, which was the Square Enix, then Eidos, Square Enix collaboration. That, you know, like Tomb Raider, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, etc. No, the original triangle boobs Tomb Raider. And that team, what are they called? Oh no, I forgot what they're called. Core Dynamics. I think it's called Core Dynamics. They are doing the reboot. So Tomb Raider is gonna get a reboot, and that's kind of, you're either rebooting or you're completely spinning off. That's me. So whenever someone asks me, like, what kind of games will I be open to other than simply playing a new game, like a new IP, like Supergiant Games, for example, which Hades 2 is a tough sell for me. I still bought the game and it's still sitting in my library. I don't really rush to it. I have to be quite old. Like, I typically wait like 10 years, which is pretty much what these games are like. Remakes happen. In fact, remakes are now happening every 7 years. There was another reboot coming up. There's more than just the Tomb Raider reboot. Oh, and also shows are being rebooted, right? Like I've lived long enough. It's crazy. Life is so weird when it comes to humans. So I really understand my age now. I totally understand when like Gen X people talk about like, oh wow, so now it's coming back around. I've lived long enough in the gaming and like playing games on sticking to one thing, right? Long enough to see the remake. Like for example, the Firefly animation, like Firefly, the crew, the cast, they announced that Firefly is coming back in the form of an animation with all the original actors, but you know, animated, right? Firefly is coming back. That's crazy. Like, it's gonna be either kind of a remake or a reboot. I have no idea how they're gonna go about that. Scrubs, the show Scrubs, came back. At least I think. Hadn't watched the first Scrubs. I watched like on and off, right? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if The Office came back, or like Arrested Development, or like once you live like past a generation, like 10 to 13 years, like whenever a new target audience happens, all of the creative artistry and stuff takes another iteration. And my thought is, when I think about it, I like to believe, from my point of view, that they take creative liberties on their own things. To me though, that is asking for a lot in the age of the internet, because the most vocal generation at the moment is also the generation that was like Gen X. Like, you know, we get new music. Like when I'm listening to music when I was younger, a Gen X person would say, oh, well, our music was better. Why don't they make more of our music? Now I'm that age, so now I'm in my 40s, and the people that I hear with these things, it's like, oh man, this game has changed. Now it's all about that new wave stuff, and it's not as good as the old stuff. Unfortunately, I guess I didn't grow up to be like that. I'm an embracer of new things. I live in nostalgia because we live in a digital age where you can still... This is an exception. I do agree you can't gain access to Yakuza 3 Remastered. I get access to Yakuza 3 Remastered because I already own the game, right? In Steam, but technically you don't own it. Steam could go down and I would lose it forever situation, but then I would lose this too. I hope they spin off. Though surefire way to preserve legacy is to simply not do anything by taking that legacy and exercising your creative freedom. I think this game is a testament to being too conservative, not preservative. They were being too conservative in the sense that they didn't pull the trigger and say, yeah, you know what, instead of making a separate thing and then having a comparison things, make a dark tide game. Like ultimately the majority of the new stuff that is divisive was everything to do with this character. And it's gonna be refreshing to have a character that is neither stoic. So Kiryu is stoic, Casca is a sunshine and rainbows, and Mine is cynicism. So it's a wonderful, in my opinion, it's very nice to have a different protagonist that honestly, in a way, represents the current topical social commentary. Mine, when I talk to people and I hear people complain and do cancel culture, I see Mine. I don't see Kiryu anymore. Kiryu is like Gen X. Or millennial, I guess. Maybe like millennial-ish Gen X. Casca is like Gen Z. Casca is very much Gen Z-ish because it's sunshine and rainbows, go as the sunshine, like everyone loves him, like he's like very punchy, like kind of socially awkward, and things just really a gaggle of things. Mine is kind of like the follow-up when now the jadedness and the cynicism and stuff is setting in. So now all his commentaries about social greed and corruption and lack of relationships and lack of trust and always thinking that he knows everything and he knows how things will happen and always speaks as though he understands the entire game and then gets blindsided by compassion. That's Mine, which is kind of incredibly topical. Kasuga is the unbreakable bright soul. And then Kiryu is like, I'm a real man. That's, like, Kiryu is Stoicism 101. Something that would be so appropriate in the 80s Japan. Like, he is a rock. A rock that doesn't stir the waters and raise a fuss, and at the same time adhere to a moral code. Kasuga is friendship. Believe in friendship and everything will work. Mine is screw friendship, I'm a loner. That's Mine's perspective. So I totally understand. In my opinion, like if I had to guess the next game that they're going to make is going to be a spin-off, it's going to take some of the events of Yakuza 4 maybe. I could be way off base, but they're going to take they're going to spin the Yakuza 4 themes or possibly even the events and cross it with the darker cynicism of Mine's perspective, not the wanderlust, desperation, constant struggle identity. The next two games, Yakuza 4, 5, and then eventually 6, is basically Kiryu being sidelined until 6. So the 4 and 5, Kiryu is sidelined to show and build a bigger cast. So the Kiryu only occupies like less than 20% of the next two games. It is every other character that's involved, and those characters do not get follow-ups after Yakuza 5. So Saejima, Majima's kyodai, his brother but not his biological brother, Saejima is a recurring character. Akiyama is a recurring character, and then there was a slot for like a fourth character. And then in Yakuza 5, Haruka. That Haruka in Yakuza 3 is a playable character. So most of it was dealing with characters that don't recur anymore after Yakuza 5. So and Kiryu was a minor character. That's kind of like whenever someone says like, oh yeah, you know, Kiryu is very important, that Kiryu's timeline stays fixed and whatnot, and my first thought is like, whether he gets, like, if Hamasaki stabbed him or not, he's still going back to Okinawa. And how he comes into the picture in Yakuza 4 is that the Yakuza world drags him back in. It's kind of like, I've never played a Mafia game, but I've read I've listened to essays of the story of Mafia games. A lot of the Mafia games play on this theme where once you're part of the criminal underworld, right, you can't escape that fate. And that fate is what was paved in Yakuza 4 to 6 when Kiryu presumably meets his end again. And the whole idea is that he will never be able to escape it. So the theme that Kiryu had was that he makes himself disappear. And that's the rest. Like, basically, that's the rest of the history. He spent, starting now, in the next game and the following game, is all about him. He can't avoid what he is, which is what Mine was setting up in the illusion, like when he was alluding to, like, it's a prison. Like, Kiryu can never have this. He can never be happy in his life. He can never just chill there in Okinawa and not feel the guilt and weight and constant thing that's part of him. And that's what 4, 5, 6, Gaiden, 7, 8, all of them have him being shown as someone who keeps trying to erase his name. And that's kind of like the running joke, right? He tries to stop being part of his legacy. So, and the reason why is it starts here. This is where it starts. Yakuza 3, when he had the orphanage, everything after is contextualized to the idea that he's trying to disappear so that it never affects his kids. And it carries all the way to the end. So now, what they could do, you know, it would be really interesting. It'd be like, oh yeah, you know what, Kiryu, he goes on. He just goes on, finds his Okinawa while Mine just does his thing. So now we just have a spin-off where it's about Mine and Kiryu goes back to the background, which is what happens in the next 2 games. It'll be interesting. Contrary to what a lot of people say, where like the director is not the same anymore. The director was the same up to like Yakuza 6. And then now the director, Nagoshi, has founded his own studio. So kind of like a Kojima situation, right? Not that Konami, not that RGG like Sega and Nagoshi. It's not clear why Nagoshi left other than creative differences. Like it wasn't like the whole Konami kicking like Kojima and stuff. But he also founded Nagoshi Studios, much like Kojima found Kojima Studios, and he announced a game called Gang of Dragons, and it takes place in Shinjuku, in what is it? Kabukicho, right? Kabukicho. So same dark themes and whatnot, and that's what people want. That's perfectly all right. I think maybe RGG is trying to make a dark character, like, so Mine is a dark character. Technically RGG has a lot of darkness in it, but the main characters they have are rarely ever as dark as Mine. Like, Kiryu has dark things happen to him, but he's like a stoic lion. He radiates hope despite its darkness, and that's what's the contrast. Mine is just darkness. Or like suspiciously dark. Like unusually detached, apathetic dark. Right? And that's kind of a nice flavor. Kasuga, like what I mean is as a writer, some like creative privileges. Kasuga is a shining rainbow. He is so cringily, to those who believe in realism and stuff, he's so cringily optimistic, and I like that, right? It's what makes him very popular, right? He's sunshine and rainbows, and he's not stoic about it. He's just simply sunshine and rainbows. So that plays to the JRPG stuff. I think they're trying to spin away, because a lot of people, like a lot of old school people, want a darker RGG, while Nagoshi's Gang of Dragons, the trailer, if you watch the trailer of Gang of Dragons, it's already automatically immediately like brutal and dark. That's what Nagoshi envisioned for this game series, until it started becoming brighter and brighter, and then Kasuga happened and it becomes even more brighter despite the mature tones of the game. There is still Stranger Than Heaven, right? RGG's next title, next IP, and it deals more of a historical presence, so I am actually kind of looking forward to that. How the character turns out would be interesting. It takes place across like 40 years in Japanese history, like 1910s or 20s to the 1940s, and that would be interesting. It might be like a great way to pick up on younger portrayal, like, or the earlier portrayals of Japanese modernization. I think 1910s to the 1940s could be seen as the industrial, like a modern industrial revolution sort of situation. So that's fantastic. Anyways, that's kind of where we are with the brainstorming. How accurate these things are going to be, I have no idea. We'll see. It's fun to make, you know, make random predictions with no stake involved. Oh, I think this is Amon. Okay, yeah, so the Amon was premium adventure only. So we're going to try to do the Amon stuff today before the day is end. I'll avenge my Kazuma Kiryu. You've proven yourself worthy of the title of the Dragon of Dojima. There's a running gag, or not a running gag, but a completion obstacle in all of these games, which is the Amon fights. And they are only available when you complete all the sub-stories, so outside of themselves. I've witnessed you defeat every powerful adversary in the Coliseum. Okay, so it does place in Coliseum. And this time, they'll do it. I will stoop so low as to stab you in the back on the street. I won't stoop so low. I'll crush you with my 2 hands. Alright. So we meet him in the mountain arena? Excuse me? Or am I going to the Coliseum? Sorry, my controller disconnected. Secluded mountain arena. Really? Oh, it's not in the Coliseum. Alright, we gotta get ready for shenanigans. Actually, I want to check something else. I think the high side girls, whether it's premium or not, I think there might be an Amon thing here too. I didn't check before, and usually these clan things have an Amon fight of some sort. Oh wait. Oh, there's something here. Okay, these things we're not going to do, because we don't need to do them. Do we have anything here? Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't complete this yet. What about this? Oh, there are additional fights that I haven't done. Oh man, the robot fight? Okay. Okay, so there's still more things to do. I have a feeling Amon gets unlocked here too. Let's see. Let's find out. Got some OP stuff anyways. We'll do all these before the day is over. I kind of entered a digression with Pro Call earlier today. My right eye is kind of like bugging me a little long. We're going long.
这次的目标是以弱胜强。
Oh, leave me alone. Okay. Oh my gosh, they have so much HP. Is this a good idea? How much am I supporting with this? Oh. I don't know how much damage I'm doing with this. Pretty decent. Only Mine is unhealthy right now. Yeah, we're waiting for the second wave. I think there's a third wave to this actually. Oh, those are some annoying archetypes. Someone threw like something at me just now. Nice. Okay. I'm just providing support. Leave me alone. I'm only here to provide support. Okay, we're safe. There comes the last one. Wait, there's supposed to be one more wave, I think. Or not? Oh, there's the final wave. Right? Those pompadours, though. I think I'm fine. Yep. Ooh, Majima is about to go down. Okay. Okay. Wait. I don't know which heat action that is. I have three weak guys right now. They're kind of recovering. They always play keep away. It's so annoying. Like in Shinobi archetype. Oh no. She can't be down. We have to heal her. Okay. Tsubasa can't go down or else it's GG. Get him! Punch him! Kick his butt! Everyone gang up on him! Okay. Alright, that's a little concerning. Almost my entire crew went down. Player without any healers in your squad? The heck is that requirement? We're not doing that requirement. Oh, I do need to level the high side girls rank to max. I don't know what max is. There's an achievement for 8. I'm guessing 10 is the max. So I don't know about that. What is this? No healer too? Without healers. Ooh, what is this nonsense? I don't even think these guys are gonna survive this. Oh, I could be wearing different equipment too to make them stronger. I think I might have to raise my infamy for these. Because we need morale boosts. That heckin' robot though. Alright, we gotta make sure Tsubasa survives. What is that nonsense I just saw? Is that a rocket launcher? Oh my goodness, it's a rocket launcher. Oh my... Dude. Kiryu is already out. Oh my gosh, both of them are struggling. Oh no. I think we're gonna have to think about a party comp. Oh no. Tsubasa just entered. Oh gosh, goodness gracious. I hit Y on you! Dude, you ate my... Holy heck. Okay. We gotta go to the other place. Oh no. My crew is bad. Bad news bears. Hold? Okay. I'm learning how to support. We gotta support now. Ugh. Oh, I didn't stay for the heal. Alright, we gotta make sure Tsubasa... I wonder if there's limited reses. Because Majima is going down again. My crew are so inadequate. Oh, okay. That's fine. Oh no. Okay, hold up. Why? Yes, I know. Oh my goodness, oh, they last so much. That's active for so long. That is active for much longer. Goodness. I couldn't. Okay. That's fine. Where is Where are you? Ow. Okay, Majima is about to go down. Oh no. Okay, so they can only be revived once. Dang. Okay, so there is a limit. That's unfortunate. Okay. Alright. Oh my gosh, it lingers so long. Oh, so we lost one. Alright. Okay. heck? That is so... Alright. Alright, that's fine. Do we get a health reset? We don't. I should have healed myself. That didn't do anything! Are they immune? Someone is shooting a laser. Who is shooting the laser? This guy? Mr. Crown Man? We're taking out Mr. Crown Man. Alright. We gotta assassinate these guys. Oh no! That stun is like 8 billion years! Alright, we gotta take out all the generals. What? Get out of my face. Alright. Take out the generals. Oh my goodness. Hold. Okay. Oh. Okay. That is not great. With no healers. I don't think we're not going with that. Alright, is 40? Is 50 max? I wonder how you're gonna get more infamy. Huh. Okay, I don't... Do you have to complete all of the... Do I have to level my infamy to max or something? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Here we are. This is probably the Amon fight. Bad news. Challenge letter? Oh, Amon Riders? There it is. Yep. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ay, ay, ay. I'm genuinely curious how we're gonna survive this. I feel like I'm not understanding some of the fundamentals or something. I don't know what you can buy with these, I forgot. Go look. Maybe we can level them up somehow. So we can buy rally tickets, right? I don't know what rally tickets do, but see. Can you buy members? There's no members. Right. I don't remember how much. How much XP?
就让他们见识见识我们的实力。这场仗绝对要打赢！
没错，说的太帅了！
开赛大结头！
Oh, recruit over 50 people to your gang and hell. Oh, somehow it just triggered. Oh, rally increases everyone's thing. Oh, you get more infamy for rallying. Oh, for increasing the rank of your entire squad. I see. Oh, and it's rank 10. Oh, I see. So you have to level everyone else to increase your infamy. Oh, okay. That explains why my infamy is, like, non-existent. The thing is, level 50 is still max, so it's not like the guys are getting stronger or anything. Which is a problem. Because how are we gonna defeat the Amon Riders? Oh my gosh, they're all Amons. I need my peeps to live. This stuff doesn't give anything. What the heck is... Okay. So, I mean, we can purchase all these. Sure. Oh. Okay. Alright, so we're in max. Can you keep increasing your infamy? Oh, you can. So we can at least get the morale boost for maximum infamy. To deal damage and restore energy for Kiryu and Gen. Okay. Is there something that inflict burn? This stun did not work. It didn't do anything. So less stun. What does this do? Inflict fear. I wonder how effective that is. Okay. Whoops. I had to go to manage. Not. Can I get cheap paralysis? So clearly not this. Curious if fear works and burn. What is the cheapest burn source? A second hand. Second. And then we use this for emergency. So each group is pretty balanced, really. In terms of like, there's a healer in each group. Yeah, only Casca doesn't have a tank, but I don't think that really helps all that much. Well, let's go find out how. Oh, they're 16,000, so it's not. It doesn't seem too bad. Let's try it. All right, so the first Hamon thing. I'm curious what the gimmick is. I swear if they summon like those annoying drones. Oh my gosh, if they summon drones. Nightmares, I tell you. Drones are nightmares. Oh my goodness. Look at that hair. Soichiro Amon. Okay. Sojiro. And Sosaburo. What are these names? Okay, it's fine. Alright. We suck at fighting one-on-one, never won against our brothers. Okay. That explains why they're collective. Alright. I'm on fighters. Classic. Alright, at least we get the morale boost. We gotta make sure Tsubasa doesn't bite the bullet first, though. Clear her lane. Okay, that annoying thing is still here. Take out the generals as fast as possible. Whoa. Hey. Hajima's going down. No, why? I got baited. Mine is going down. Dang it. Okay. Well. Well, couldn't save Mine. Oh my. Alright. We have to go save Mine. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh no, Tsubasa's gonna go down because of the heckin' poison. Wait. Why are you running? Hang in there, Tsubasa. I'll be right there. Okay. I have to get up there. So here's the hoping. Oh my. Okay. Holy. Okay. All right. It's fine. Oh, rip. Oh no, Casca's going down. Hang in there, Casca. I have to make sure Mine doesn't go down though. Oh, rip. I can't actually break on a dime. Oh my gosh, this is so dangerous. What? Okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay. I can get Casca in time. As long as I don't screw up. It's fine. Alright. Cool. Oh, come on. What the? I didn't mean to get on the... Oh, that's awkward. Okay, I think they're okay. We're gonna go now to... Okay. It's always the last thing. No, you... Oh my gosh, Majima. I hate you, Majima. That's so BS. That guy just straight up... I am losing inputs like a boss. Like, I can't... There's so much latency. There's so much latency. Oh my gosh. Why do they have so much life? How is that guy just standing there? Oh boy. Okay. I can't like move. It's so sluggish. Come on, stay alive, guys. I lost another commander. That's so BS. Absolute BS. Like, it's so sluggish. You can't attack at all. Like in the beginning, because there's so many units and so many stupid effects in the game, you like when you input one, it doesn't register. So you can't quick step or anything. It's so sluggish. And because she already went down, it's so annoying. Because you can't go back down and you can't get more like charge during it. I broke one of the boxes just to see if I could get more charge. Try not to go the dangerous way in the middle. Again, Majima got pyro squatted. Okay, I guess we're gonna try to rescue Majima. And then heal. Again, Pyro Squad. Please stop quick stepping in the wrong direction, please, game. Very annoying. Very annoying. Quick stepping in the wrong direction. Get rid of the fire guy. Okay. And now Tsubasa is gonna go down. So I had to save a heal no matter what for later because they're not gonna survive. Oh, I could have taken the shortcut up there. Oh well. Too late now. I took the wrong turn because I was looking at the map incorrectly. And then now I'm on fire, and then I can't get up. Wow. Frustrating mechanics. Of course, I can never get through on that timing. You have to wait. I couldn't react at all. Grabbed out right away. I lost my input. Input is gone. Look at this. Okay. Asuka's out. Majima's gonna die, of course. I can't like mount get on my... The best thing I can do now is to save Casca by not going in that direction. And Majima is just gonna bite the bullet. But I need 3 charges, so Majima is sacrificial here. Oh wait, Majima lived? Alright. I don't hate you anymore, Majima. Majima actually lived. Alright, we're good. So how much healing do you guys get? Not a lot. Alright, I guess we'll just heal up and hope for the best. Try to get one without a shield here. How are you? How are you so sturdy? Maybe it's this guy that is creating. Dude, that guy has auto dodge. Auto dodge this. Just not enough damage, man. It's like negative damage. Okay. What the heck, dude? Where are you even attacking? That is not the person. I literally aimed at one person and he managed to hit the person next to him. It's okay though. My squad is healthy. Where is that even coming from? Okay. Yeah, like it's not registering. Most of my quick steps are not registering. Get rid of him. Alright. Okay. I can't quick step at all. The best I can do is like just hyper aggressive. Just hyper aggressive. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm not triggered. Not triggered at all. I fell below 50%? The heck with that. Yeah, level 50 is the highest. Lame. Dr. Bags. Losing streak? Yeah. Let's keep that losing streak going. Are you gonna join me? It says you fight honorably and dignity. Eh. So cool. Wait. Oh, wait. They reformed. A rematch? Next game? They reformed. They're gonna make the best of themselves for sure. We'll see. We'll see in the next game. Oh, rage. My blood was boiling. Massive, massive rage. Alright. I think we're good. I think we're good. So we did that. Realize that you're supposed to level all your other characters for infamy, not do what I did before. Try to raise your infamy through recruiting members. Okay. Now we head to the next rage bait. The true rage bait. Secluded mountain areas. So it's not the bullpen. Oh, it is the bullpen. Okay. Alright. I kind of remember this guy. So I'm curious what he's gonna do this time. Okay, here we are. Ooh, music. That's probably not safe. Okay. Okay, that's a frame trap. Can't actually escape that. Yes, full recovery and tracking on that. He can attack me while I'm down. Cool. Holy negative damage. I had to check if he was healing. He straight up just counter armor your whole side without aura. Is he healing? Okay, now he's back up again. Dang. Interesting. Okay, so no laser beams yet. Oh, I remember this one had laser beams of death. Okay, he's not immune to throwing. He does have a wake up though. Immediately. Oh, I can see why he does that. Why can't I? Okay, so he's invulnerable during that. I can't target him with the dragon finisher. So we just wait. Instant recovery, even though he completely whiffed. That's like 8 billion HP though. I don't like this part. Oh wait! I just realized. That didn't do anything. Oh. It did get rid of his aura. Oh! What the? What is that? Are you gonna stop doing that? He gets up and then does a breaker, so we gotta make sure. Ah! I can't. Okay, so he's invulnerable during that. That's pretty cheesy. He's invulnerable during that. So you know what? Heck you. I get all that back. Ah! Dude. I literally can't move once you get caught in that. But I can block it, so that's a good thing to know. You just keep pressing buttons over and over again. I feel like he's healing. Screw you and your gimmicks. Oh, I can just straight up block. Okay. Okay, that's fine then. What the? He's definitely healing every time he Yeah, he's healing every time. I'm pretty sure he's healing every time he disappears. So I don't know how to get him down in time. Okay, that doesn't improve anything. I was kind of hoping I could like poison bleed him. I don't know how to do enough damage to him. I can't even phase him in time. Yeah, he just presses buttons for days. Like, you can't even recover and, like, run from that. Screw you and your... That full tracking is a load of BS. Absolute BS. That overhead is sliding tracking. You can't even respond to that. Can't do the dragon finisher because he's invulnerable during that. I don't even know what his phase 2 is yet. It's so stupid. That has such a large hitbox. Okay. I'm half expecting like a instant death beam. Okay. He's not doing that little like healing stuff, but I'm still scared of like a death beam or something of the nature. Nope. No deadly strike for you. Okay. That is. It's like less and less. He has like less and less damage. He takes less and less damage the lower his HP gets. That's BS. Oh. Nailed it. Okay. Oh, man. That is rough. Okay.
What?
Okay. So, the thing that I was referring to about the death beam, I don't know. I'm pretty sure is Yakuza 3 Remastered. I'm pretty sure it's this game. So, Amon used to have... I'm not sure if that applies to Yakuza 4 or 5, because they also... all your characters also fight a separate Amon. I know it's not 5. The reason why I know it's the death beam is because it's in this arena, this open, but I think Yakuza 4 also takes place in this arena. So I'm not sure if it's this one or the next game, not the fifth game, but there's a death beam. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to look out for it. And that little tornado thing, he's supposed to teleport, like, he doesn't teleport into like the middle or anything. He basically at any time, he's gonna shoot a beam, and if it hits you, you just end. Like, that's the end of the match. So I was waiting for the longest time to see if he had a death beam. That tornado thing, though, I guess being able to block it kind of just gimps it. But, oh, dude, if that was unblockable, ooh, that means you just have to tap a couple times and then make sure that your camera and your fighting stance isn't pointed towards him. Oh, man. Yeah. Anyways. Any words after yet another defeat? Defeat do not deserve to live, yet he's still alive. It's the same Joe, I think. Don't take people. Alright. Good luck. Until next game. There's no instant death mechanic. I was really worried about instant death mechanic. Because that is like attrition right there. I don't even know if his life bar could get any bigger than that. Either that or I'm missing something. Oh. Ow. Alright. So we did that. I'm on accomplished. So what other stuff we need to do? Okay. We have to experience the La 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 mobile commercial. I don't know what that means. I do not know what that means. Let's go, visit the stand. You don't need to find all the locker keys. Key lockers. I didn't open any key lockers at all. Alright.
Okay.
Where? Uh-huh. Okay. Riding motorcycles, alright. Will you fight with me? Wait. Building of trust? Okay. So, okay, I gotta build her trust, right? I should have 10 already, okay.
Okay.
Okay, is this it? Okay.
请多关照了。
Alright, we got her, but that doesn't answer the commercial thing.
いらっしゃい。
Oh, here it is. Experience the... Alright, here we go. I'm ready.
精致优美的外观设计，承载无限可能的扩展性。拉拉拉手机，让你的个性在科技前沿的舞台上尽情绽放。搭载红线通讯功能，让每一颗独一无二的心连在一起。我们追求的不是传递信号，而是将心意紧密连接，以情为系，用爱相连。Lovely Telephone， 拉拉拉移动终端。
That does sound like your typical commercial. Your Apple-esque, Samsung-esque commercial. Alright. Wasn't as involved as I thought, but alright. Now what do we have? Take 10 print club photos as Kiryu. That's in the arcade, right? Let's see if there are separate ones. Separate print club things. And then we gotta play 10 mini games. So that's probably what we're gonna do to wrap up. Alright, print club. Let's go. Yeah, how do we do poses again? During info, press right trigger to try to glam up the... Okay. Once you choose your frame, your session will begin automatically after countdown. So choose a pose before time runs out. Do we have to time it though? Like before? Let's take photos with someone. Alright, Haruka, you're up first. Freestyle. I don't know if there's a timer for this.
来，一起拍吧。
一起拍吧。
Oh, there are exclusives, okay. Are there any other exclusives? No.
就
Alright.
选这个。
タイミングを合わせてポーズを決めちゃおう。カメラをよーく見てね。3、2、1。撮影完了。
这都什么呀？
嗨起来吧！
Oh my gosh.
嗨起来吧！
拍的不行啊！
What?
没拍好啊。好嘞。嗯。
这都什么呀？
全て終了だよ。プリントしたい写真を選んでね。
A glam up though.
那就
Okay.
留作纪念吧。
No, I don't think. Yeah, there's nothing. You just simply strike a pose. There used to be like a timer mechanic. Like you have to like make a wait. Maybe there is. I see. All right. So wait. Does that mean I have to do 10 of those? All right. All right. Who's next? Vikia. All right. It's so loud. Okay.
来一起拍吧。
大哥也一起来拍吧。
All right. I kind of really want
就选这个。
one successful with this. All right.
好，摆好姿势，我们真默契啊！
这张真不错。
Oh, that's pretty good. Let's try again.
好，摆好姿势。
茄子配的真好啊，大哥。
我们拍的不错。
大哥，要拍
起来
了。
吧！
It took so long. What is that? All right, this is pretty good.
那就
All right.
留作纪念吧。
都是美好的回忆呀。
Okay. That's pretty appropriate, right? All right, who's next? Okay. We'll do 5. Majima. Majima? What? Okay.
来一起拍吧。
要拍张好的呀。
Definitely this.
就选这个吧。
All right, let's see what this girl.
嗨起来吧！
拍的是。
It took you so long. All right, hold up.
嗨起来吧！
不错。
Oh, that's
我们真
good.
默契啊！
We nailed it.
好，摆好姿势。我们拍得
Okay,
不
so
错。
go wild is good. All right, it's fine. This one is good.
那就
Here we
留
go.
作纪念吧。
能当传家宝了吧？
Easy. Okay. I wonder why I didn't get one for Rikia. Okay. Tsubasa. There are gonna be some repeats. Okay.
来一起拍吧。
要拍了，拿出气势来。
This seems
就
okay.
选这个吧。
Alright, what is your WoW pose?
嗨起来吧！
Oh, okay. I screwed up.
没拍好啊。
拍
Okay,
的不
what
行
up?
啊！
那我们
嗨起
拍
来吧！
真是完美。
我们拍的不错。
Oh, that's pretty good. Hang on.
那我们
嗨起来
拍
吧！这都是
Dang it! Alright, the middle one's pretty okay. Yeah, that's pretty good.
那就留作纪念吧。
The top choice is definitely the best. Now I kind of want to... Alright. And then we have... Akko-san. Akko-san. Wait, does that mean I failed to do Rikia's thing? Right. Um,
来一起拍吧。
要拍喽，童生兄。
就选这个吧。
Okay.
拜托你了，阿信。
Okay.
拍的不行啊！
Hang on.
这拍的什么呀？拜托你了，阿信。感觉不错。
Nailed it.
我们真默契啊！
Yeah, all the other ones are like, eh.
摆
摆好
好姿势，
姿势，拍的真好。
我们拍的不错。
Nailed
那
it.
就留作纪念吧。
Maybe I failed Rikia's or maybe Haruka's and I didn't get a sticker because of that. Feels bad, man. Oh, their stickers. Oh, it was supposed to be the. Oh, I see. All right, we're gonna go to the other location now. So I do see the stickers that line up with each of the characters. That's fine. Do we have different people here? Can we take a picture with... Yeah? I believe the photo thing is... in here. In the public market. Oh, I'm tired. Oh. We'll do some mini games for the last stream, I suppose. And then we'll summarize. So one more. After we do these, though. We have a different set of people. Oh, Majima. Majima is not available. Makes sense. I was kind of hoping like Mia or something.
来一起拍吧。
一起拍吧。
Okay.
就选这个。
来起来吧！
Oh, okay.
没拍
That's fine.
好啊！
这都什么呀？
耶！
来起来吧！
拍的真好。
Nailed
拍得
it.
不错。
What is this one?
这样嘛，
拍得不行。
That's kind of weird. Okay.
那就留作纪念吧。
以后还要一起拍哦，叔叔。
Okay. All right. Okay. We'll do mini games next time. All right, Ikia. Got your other shirt on.
来一起拍吧。
大哥也一起来拍吧。
就选这个吧。
大哥，
来
要拍
起来
了。
吧！
不太行啊。
Oh man, that takes so long.
大哥，
来
要拍
起来
了。
吧！
这张真不错呀。
Nailed
我们
it.
真默契啊！
What is
害
this?
羞啊。
Really?
不错。
Oh, they
配得
do
真好啊，大
change.
哥。
Dude, they do change the thing. Alright, this is good. Actually, I like this.
留作纪念吧。
There is a timer. I saw like Do I get a sticker now? No? Oh, okay. Alright, just kidding. I'm making stuff up as I go. Where's your paps at? They're still wearing the same thing.
来一起拍吧。
要拍喽，拿出气势来。
就选这个。
What's this?
那我们
来起来吧！
我们真默契啊！
拍的不错啊，
What about this?
好难为情啊，没拍好啊。
Oh,
这都什么呀？
what about
是
this?
这样吗？
拍得不行
Okay, I
啊。
failed so hard. Yeah, alright.
那就留作纪念吧。
Alright. Oh, I didn't mean to take a loan. I guess we could take one alone, huh?
拍一张看看吧。
So what are we doing? Loneliness? How do we loneliness up? Ugh. What is this frame? Alright.
耶！拍得不错。耶！
Oh.
这是
Wait.
很帅，拍得真不错呀。
Alright, that's pretty okay. A little off-centered though.
留作纪念吧。
Okay. Last one. Okay.
来一起拍吧。
要拍喽，童生兄。
就选这个吧。
拍张可爱的吧。
Oh, why?
感觉不错。
Alright, let's try it.
拜托你了，阿信。哎呦喂。
Oh, that sucks.
这都什么呀？
好，摆好姿势。好，
摆好
摆
姿势。
好姿势。
Ah! Alright, I think that's good enough. Alright, so we did the
那
10.
就留作纪念吧。
Clap. That last one's a little... The last one was like, eh. Alright. So what do we what's the last couple activities? We need to play 10 different mini games. We're just gonna play all of them, right? Or try at least all of them and see if anything changed for our last thing. And then the other thing is to get all the achievements. So like it's our last thing.
请加我一下。
So we're gonna hit up all the other mini games, the tier Bs and lower, like shogi and all that. See what the game has for the last next stream. Wow. Well, I certainly this game certainly will take like what 50 to 60 if you were like hardcore trying to 100% this. Which means that you have to do all the tasks, like your entire training list. It feels like 60 hours. 60 hours plus, probably. Maybe a little less than 60 hours. I'm actually kind of curious what people are claiming. We'll use our standard how long to beat. That's always reliable. Well, not 49 hours? Dang, that's really conservative. What do we have? I think it's like a combine of... I'm at like 60 hours, but obviously I went through the story twice and then I digressed a bunch. Okay, I can kind of see it. A little shy of 50 hours to get... This is like 50 hours, which also includes completing all of these tasks. Like every one of these tasks. Probably do a lot of this. Oh, we're doing karaoke. That's for sure. See. How does the adventure stuff look? Not too bad. Doesn't show percentage complete. Did that just say eat at a restaurant 50 times? Holy yikes. What about the battle stuff? Wow, battle stuff seems reasonable. Yeah. Yeah, they really lean in on battle. And then that's not too bad. Oh, they're 70. We're only shy 9. So you could do these. Oh yeah, you would have to farm these. So that's pretty good. So the combat stuff. What about adventure? Oh yeah. Adventure is pretty good too. Outside of eat at all the restaurants. You basically have to run to every restaurant. And then coin lockers. And then, of course, all the mini. So mini games. Let's see if there's any like crazy shenanigans. That's fine. 85 and above is pretty decent. Oh, you just have to complete. Okay, so these are completion. Get a strike 10 times in both. Yeah, so those are reasonable. Reasonable. No combo games. No combo still. Mahjong? Mahjong's probably the most difficult. Get first place once. These are fine. Get a total of 50 runs. That might be the longest. It's not that long. It doesn't sound as crazy as it is because this and Mahjong, but Mahjong is probably shorter because you only have to win one. Yeah. You only have to place first place. Oh, did it say first place or in the entire game or just win? Oh, it was trying to evaluate here. Mahjong, get first place. Okay. It's either this or the home runs. Line up in... Yeah, this is fine. Golf is fine. Okay. So how many things we have to do? I don't think we're gonna play Virtual Fighter. Oh, they included Virtual Fighter 2 for this one. Motor Raid. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 arcade games. UFO Catcher, of course. I don't think we have to do UFO Catcher. Definitely put in a little bit of golf. Don't think we need to do batting. Shogi. Okay. Casino. Not too much. So we'll probably do all the karaoke things. Listen to all the karaoke songs in Chinese. Actually, we can listen to them back and forth between all the languages. Oh, you might have to change. Yeah, we could do a marathon of karaoke, period. Maybe do some bowling. So bowling is definitely didn't exist. Like bowling got taken out momentarily for some time ago. So bowling, I don't necessarily think we have to do casino or traditional gambling. These are tier C's. So gambling are tier C's. But I kind of want to see if they change anything about the interface. Darts, that's reasonable. Pool. We want to play Mahjong. Off. Yeah, the thing that was unexpected, at least in my opinion, is the bowling overhaul. Okay, so it's basically karaoke. For the last gameplay stream for some time until like the spin-off games, right? Until Mine spin-off games. Oh. It might be my PC. Like, so there it's very clear that sometimes, come on guys, I'm trying to talk here. My guy. Holy. Oh, you can follow up with that. Okay. It's pretty clear. It's either my PC, which it can be, or the game input or something. But man, some of the clan stuff, when you're doing the clan stuff, it's not unique to this game. Like Pirate Yakuza also had the problem. When there's too many things on the screen, you can no longer quick step. Like quick step happens like with a like 30 like a very noticeable like 10 to 15 frame delay. Like when you tap 3 times, he's gonna continue to attack, but the attack would be like single hits because the tap doesn't register. So it could be that my PC is aging and I would have to like turn down whatever it is. But I would probably chalk it up to these games are really well, like, they're not really resource demanding with the exception of like the clan stuff. So PC upgrades aren't going to happen until like a year from now because of the state of I'm sure you don't have to live under a rock to understand the DRAM situation. But anyways, so next stream, right? We'll do a bunch of mini games, probably just spam karaoke and go around hitting, seeing if noticing if any of the your standard stuff is modified or not. So we'll go off the the training list, right? Because I imagine the training list takes into account all those things. Heck, we might even look at the Game Gear games. There's how many of them? There's supposed to be, oh, there are 10 of them. I'm not even sure if I collected all of them. Let's look at the list. Columns? I do like columns. Columns was pretty neat. Tetris alternative. Oh, there's Puyo Puyo. I'm not sure if I collected all of them. Fantasy Zone gear. Makes me, I have some PTSD. Fantasy Zone. Oh, controller. I wonder if the GG Shinobi has anything to do with Shinobi. I thought Shinobi was published by Sega. Maybe it's not. Like, that Shinobi. Shinobi. Anyways, we can look at these as well. Alright. That's a wrap for me today. It's gonna be like another day or two before I do the next one. And then we'll conclude for the month. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for today. And if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Kiwami Dark Tides at a later time. I said a lot today regarding like the controversy and whatnot. But ultimately, you know, you like the game, you dislike the game, yeah, political views and whatnot. I think it's all of the above are pretty valid depending on your emotional state and your objective, you know, objective and subjective state. Hopefully I didn't sound like I was particularly picking on any specific personality or opinions. I often would say that it's pretty safe that I have a minority opinion about most of these things. So as a minority, it's not like RGG is gonna pander to minority opinions. Typically, whatever resonates the loudest, despite being minority, you could be a minority voice, but you can still ring louder. I generally don't. I'm not a person who ruffles feathers. I like to provide commentary. However, hopefully with that said, some of the stuff I said today can be very controversial. So hopefully that's okay. In no way do I prefer that. I typically don't prefer that people do what I say or what I think is right, because that would be kind of boring in my opinion. Like the reason why I made a lot of the comments about like creative liberties and whatnot is rarely do I find that the nostalgia that I want and the nostalgia that I think should happen and the things that I should want or like people I think should want, that doesn't leave room for imagination for me. So oftentimes when I'm buying a game, it might sound a little bit boomer or like boomer now, I suppose. The idea is I want to be surprised, or I want to be elated and excited for better or for worse, like them swinging for the fences. And the thing is, I don't necessarily think the people I was highlighting, like some of the comments, divisiveness, and whatnot in my commentary, I think nowadays it's reached a critical point where developers and publishers can are no longer really incentivized to take creative risks. So I think Kiwami 3 is a great example of that title. When you think about remakes, they're no longer creative risks taking. And despite all of that, Kiwami 3, for RGG's sake, they chose the creative risks in which it became very divisive. And I can sympathize with those who want to resume this trip down memory lane. I most definitely, long story short, been reminded about what Yakuza 3 Remastered was about. And in that way, it was intellectually not stimulating to me. I did notice a lot of things nowadays because I'm playing it in a different language. So the whole point of this, the novelty for me, is literally the minority voice of most people. I bought this game and I basically knew what I was getting, right? Like I was set up to understand that RGG will be preservationists, right? They will try to conserve most of the things, and I get it. The thing that I experienced that was the vastly most different is that I got an opportunity to play it in English and in Mandarin. That is the actual motivation for me, like the thing that I was looking forward to. I wanted to see what it sounds like, unlike the vast majority of people who not only want a one-to-one recreation of their favorite thing, they want all of that and then something on top of that that does not disturb the one-to-one creation, and then they only have the appreciation that Japanese is the, the goated thing. I will not be playing for now, the Japanese playthrough until the next spin-off game happens. So much like Infinite Wealth, which I have not recorded a Japanese playthrough of the MSQ, nor the Pirate Yakuza game until the next game comes out, because I like to play and refresh my memory, and what a way it would be to do it in Japanese. But that's kind of the plan now. The new experience for me is not to retread. Like for me, I'm looking for new experiences. It's not that new experiences are better or worse. I'm personally looking for new experiences. This is in no way in being interpreted as, oh, this guy only cares about old, new stuff. They have no regard for legacy and whatnot. The legacy exists already. But being stuck in the past is myopic. It's what I don't like interacting with people if they believe like the way they behave has no inclination to want to learn or accept new ideas or allow creative freedom. So if you're so caught up in the past and there's not much conversation or room to meet a new person. So for me, a person who dislikes my comment about, let's say, novelty and difference, it's not like I'm going to end up being their friend or anything. Like, because what happens is whatever they like, I'm going to like everything up to this point. Like, what I mean is, I like the idea of having, for better or for worse, experiences that continue to pave the road for growth and a larger than life perspective. If you are someone who like consistently get turned off by new things, then that's perfectly fair, and you can voice your disagreements and whatnot. My inclination for novelty is not to tarnish legacy. is for allowing legacy to evolve and mature to something else. The legacy itself has already happened. And yes, it sucks that Yakuza 3 is only, you can only buy the bundle, but the bundle that I purchased back then was like $5, 5 USD, like on a sales day. It's crazy how there's a double standard when someone says, oh yeah, this bundle is behind some $160 bundle. The idea that that same person talk about pricing and they probably purchase games on a budget, like on a sale, using the full value is a double standard because you buy them when you can have money. So I get that that's still something to buy, right? You can only buy in a bundle, the Yakuza 3 to 4 as a bundle, and that is kind of a bummer. So you can't buy it alone, maybe for like $2 or something. I didn't actually buy Yakuza 3 Remastered alone. I bought it as a bundle, so 3 to 5, and it was $10, I think. And I'm not entirely sure they refreshed the cost because that could be it, or maybe that $100 bundle was like the Masters Yakuza collection where it includes from 0 to 6 or something, and then that's $110. Now, I don't know how Sega negotiates bundles, but generally speaking on Steam, the bundles remove and prorate all existing titles you have. So, not at least in my opinion, but it's not true for all bundles. So there's a very good chance, despite someone making an argument, I did read a couple of these arguments where someone made an argument like, oh, so now they basically paywalled the old stuff behind a $100 bundle or like some number that they use, which is the marked tag price. And generally speaking, the vast majority of Steam owners, including that person who was reviewing it, ignore the idea that they don't typically buy the games at full price, but they're using it to further their argument, which is really interesting because that would be a double standard. If they really like the game, they probably talk about how you can get it cheap on a sales price. So those are what I mean by people are criticizing, not constructive criticism. So it would be interesting. I could check. Let's see. We could check here because this would be involved in my my summary in 2 days from now. So let's see. No, okay, so you can't buy this, right? Yeah, so it's delisted. Yeah, so it is the whole thing. So the complete series, it's behind the bundle and complete series, which is listed at $130. And sure enough, it's not prorated. So technically that person's correct. So it does look like it's not prorated at all. Like what happens if I, nope, doesn't. I mean, I can't even buy the bundle for myself, actually. It doesn't even say I can buy the bundle for myself. So I have no idea. I don't have any idea how this works. Yeah, so it's true. It's behind that bundle right now. And currently, there's no... Yeah, there's no... Yeah, there's no... What am I saying? There's no discount on it at the moment. So I guess we'll find out and revisit that in the future. Yeah, so it sucks, right? So I can concede that. It sucks. I don't know how much it will be. It's strange that it's not prorated for the stuff, but you can't buy it for yourself if you own most of the title. At least on Steam, when I click on it, it says only purchase as a gift because I own all of the other titles. So it's hard for me to know if they prorate it for other things. I'll have to look into it, and then we'll see what the practice is. It is unfortunate. Anyways, until then, we'll talk more about this in the final session for the time being, where I share some of my conclusions. It's kind of a middling feeling overall, and I say that the reason all the middling feelings for myself is not shared by others, at least others that are far more vocal than I am. I have middling feelings about the very nature of some of the stuff others find very repulsive about the stuff, like changes. I want, like, I looked for changes. I was looking forward to changes. I wasn't looking forward to seeing a one-to-one recreation of the timeline. I was legitimately looking for a spin-off. Not so, in a way, I guess I will see in the future, maybe 3 or 4 years from now. We'll see how that turns out. Personally, that allows creative liberties for the developers. And with creative liberties come the idea of not being pigeonholed to doing stuff like this, I suppose. Although I did enjoy the Morning Glory thing. Bad Boy Dragon was like okay, sort of. Not the biggest fan on clan stuff. I think oftentimes I'm more of a casual sim person. So Morning Glory definitely fits the bill. Alright, so until then, you're more than free to pick up Kiwami 3 Dark Tides, I suppose. Seeing that Yakuza 3 Remastered might be locked behind a bundle, right? And yeah, you're more than welcome to come on by Yap, especially on the last, like, candid conclusion section. That's when I'll be like talking about facts, then some archetypes and some personal opinions about things. So until then, 皆さんまたね。はい。見てくれてありがとう。大家下次见。感谢观看。See you guys next time. Take care. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.